Chapter 1614. He Ji-chu stood in the interrogation room. His tall figure blocked the light, casting a patch of darkness on the ground in front of him. Liang Meili looked at He Ji-chu with fear, her teeth chattering. He Ji-chu pointed at Wen Dao and Liang Meili, who were lying on the ground, unable to move. He said with a cold expression, "I'll give you 5 minutes to think about whether you want to say it or not. Don't be shameless." He opened the door of the interrogation room, walked out, and slammed the door shut. Standing at the door, he lit a cigarette, took a long puff, and slowly exhaled. In the interrogation room, Wen Dao and Liang Meili were stunned for a while before they helped each other up from the ground. Liang Meili covered her face and sobbed. "Why is young Master He like this? We watched him grow up. He's never hit anyone. He's never hit us servants." Wen Dao corrected her with a bitter expression. "But he's a soldier with a gun. How kind do you think he can be?" This tall and noble young master had always been very polite to the servants. He had never scolded them loudly. When he spoke, he would always say, "Please," and "Thank you." They respected him, but they were not afraid of him because they knew that he was distant but polite to them, and he was especially considerate of the servants' difficulties. "Seriously, how dare you say such a thing?" Wen Dao wiped his face. "Why don't you look at when young master he can shoot us for what we did? But he treats our Shuyi differently." Liang Meili said stubbornly, "If the children of the He family servants are promising, the He family will give them money to continue studying. Our Shuyi is so powerful. She's an outstanding graduate of a famous American university. Not to mention the children of the He family servants, even the relatives and friends of the He family don't know how to study as well as our Shuyi. So what if she knows how to study? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too useless. Now we're all relying on our fathers. We're dragging Shuyi down." Wen Dao was upset. The more he looked at this woman, the more stupid she became. She couldn't even recognize the situation. "How did we drag Shuyi down?" Liang Meili argued with Wen Dao righteously. In the past, Mrs. He was an orphan from an orphanage. She had no background. It was because she was particularly good at studying and had a promising future that General He took a fancy to her. Even someone as powerful as Dean Qin didn't want him and insisted on marrying Mrs. He. If an orphan can study, she can marry into the He family. Our Shuyi has parents and is very good at studying. Why can't she marry young Master He? Besides, it's not like young Master He isn't interested in our Shuyi. Our Shuyi has been with young Master He for 4 to 5 years and has always been abroad. I don't believe that young Master He and Shuyi haven't slept together." The more Liang Meili spoke, the more she felt that she was right. She put one hand on her hip and pointed at Wen Dao with the other. "You still despise me? Who do you think you are? You're the one who's risking your father. You're useless, making me and Shuyi suffer and be poor. Why don't you find a rock and knock yourself to death?" The couple quarreled in the interrogation room. Their voices were so loud that even He Ji-chu, who was standing at the door smoking, could hear them clearly. Seeing that this ignorant woman had even made an analogy with her own mother and even slandered him for sleeping with Wen Shuyi, he could not tolerate it. He Ji-chu took a deep puff of his cigarette and called his orderly to bring a whip over. He ordered coldly, "Come in with me." He pushed open the door of the interrogation room and straightened the chair that he had just kicked over. He sat down boldly and pointed at Liang Meili with a cigarette in his hand. "This woman, give her a good beating. Give her a good beating until she can speak human language." Liang Meili had the potential to be a shrew in her bones. She knew that she would not be able to escape death for what she had done. She only hoped that she could pave the way for her daughter before she died, so she threw caution to the wind and shouted, "Young Master He, you can't out-talk me, so you're going to make a move. You played with my daughter, and now you're not going to admit it. I'm going to report you. I'm going to sue you for abusing your power. I'm going to. There was a crisp sound of the whip. He Ji-Chu did not wait for the orderly to raise the whip. He directly pulled out the belt around his waist and whipped it with a backhand. The belt hit Liang Meili's left face. It was so strong that her jaw was crooked. She could no longer speak. Every time she moved her mouth, her jaw would hurt. The orderly came over with the whip. When he heard the woman's nonsense at the door, he spat and said angrily, "Young master rest for a while. Let me do it." The only way to deal with a shrew was to be more ruthless, and vicious than her. After a few whips, Liang Meili tasted something that was heart-wrenching and bone-crushing pain. She screamed at the top of her lungs, and it was very horrifying in the night sky. He Ji-Chu stood at the side and smoked his cigarette. He did not even look at her. He pointed casually. "Shut her mouth." Another orderly stepped forward and stuffed a rag into Liang Meili's mouth. Liang Meili could not scream. All the pain was accumulated in her bones and heart. Her facial features were distorted, and she looked 10 times uglier than usual. Wen Dao hugged his head and shrank in the corner. He did not make a sound, afraid that the whip would hit him. After 10 minutes of whipping, Liang Meili was panting like a cow. Her face and body were covered with swollen whip marks that were 4 fingers wide. Her entire face was unrecognizable. He Ji-Chu raised his hand. His orderly immediately stopped and stood to the side with a whip in his hand. He Ji-Chu stopped asking Liang Meili. Instead, he walked to Wen Dao's side and kicked him. He said calmly, "Tell me, who ordered you to do this?" Wen Dao trembled in fear. He slowly raised his head and looked at Liang Meili, who had been beaten. He closed his eyes and sighed. "It's useless even if you beat us to death. We actually don't know who it was. That person gave us money to do something. After it was done, Gu Nianji's position would be Shuyi's. We were confused for the sake of Shuyi. Young master this has nothing to do with Shuyi. She doesn't know what's going on." He Ji-Chu raised an eyebrow. "She doesn't know. Do you think I believe you?" He turned around and left the interrogation room, leaving only 2 words, torture. After leaving Wen Dao and Liang Meili's interrogation room, He Ji-Chu went to the cell where the killers were being held. "How is it? Are they awake?" He Ji-Chu stood in front of the iron railing and watched the movement inside. "Young master they're not awake yet." His medical officer was very puzzled. "I've already injected them with the anti-anesthetic agent, but they're still not awake." He Ji-Chu frowned. "Open the door. I'll go in and take a look." "Young master I'll go in." The medical officer thought about it. He couldn't let the chief general take the risk. "They're in my territory. Why should I be afraid of them?" He Ji-Chu glanced at the medical officer. "Open the door." The medical officer opened the cell's iron fence door with a bitter expression. He Ji-Chu strode in. There were 5 people lying on the ground in this cell. 4 of them were the informants in the lookout car, and the other was the killer he had personally knocked unconscious with an anesthetic gun. He was in Wen Dao and Liang Meili's detention center room. He put his hands behind his back and looked at them one by one. His frown deepened. No matter how he looked at it, something was wrong. Finally, he half squatted down in front of the killer and tested his nose with his hand. "He's not breathing anymore." He Ji-Chu slowly stood up and looked at the medical officer coldly. "Are you sure you injected them with an anesthetic agent?" "Young master if I used any other agent, I will accept military punishment." The medical officer saluted without hesitation. He was not afraid of He Ji-Chu's gaze at all. "Then what's going on with them?" He Ji-Chu pulled the medical officer over. His cold face was as cold as snow. "Look for yourself." He Jichu let go, and the medical officer rushed over to check on the 5 motionless people. The more he checked, the paler his face became. In the end, his face was ashen as he sat on the ground. He said in a sobbing tone, "Dead. They're all dead. But, they were just unconscious just now. I checked them. I still have the examination records to prove it." He Jichu was also very angry. It wasn't easy for him to set up a trap when the other party wasn't paying attention. In the end, these bastards who were caught died right under their noses. How did the other party do it? He Jichu took out a cigarette and lit it with a lighter. He took a long puff. "Get the forensic doctor to do the autopsy." He Jichu walked to the side. "I'll send someone to observe." Soon, the Army's senior forensic doctor rushed over overnight and performed a detailed autopsy on the 5 people. When the next morning came, the autopsy results were out. Young Master these people were indeed only shot with an anesthetic gun. The medicine they were injected with was also a special medicine to relieve anesthesia. There were no other poisons in their blood. Then how did they die? He Jichu raised his eyelids and asked expressionlessly. "Don't tell me they committed suicide." The forensic doctor looked at the medical officer awkwardly. The 2 of them looked at He Jichu together and said, "They were killed by remote control." He Jichu, the forensic doctor quickly placed the results of their test in front of He Jichu. "Young Master please take a look. This is their brains." There was a small explosion inside, causing the brain stem to die. The reason is that their brains have been implanted with a chip. This chip is a little similar to the chip that our military is developing for robot warriors. He Jichu's eyes flashed. "Similar? How similar?" "It can be said that the chip implanted in their brains is only the prototype of the chip that we are researching. However, the chip that we are researching is not for human use. Even if their chip is only the prototype, it won't be a problem for them to be implanted in the human brain as a small time bomb. This could be said to be a different kind of human bomb." He Jichu's face darkened as he listened to the forensic doctor and the medical officer explain the chip in these people's heads. He threw away the cigarette but in his hand. "Immediately sign an order from the military to arrest Qin Yaoguang and all her experimenters. Seal off Qin Yaoguang's laboratory." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1603, it doesn't have anything to do with it. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be a reward and update at 1:00 in the afternoon. At 8:00 in the evening, the 3rd update. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1615. The sky was bright. On the highway of the imperial capital's 3rd ring road, one military vehicle after another sped towards the Qin Corporation's private hospital. Qin Yaoguang's laboratory was located in a 5-story gray building inside the Qin Corporation's private hospital. From a high vantage point, the building was shaped like a concentric circle. The outer circle of buildings was arranged in a circular shape, and there was a small circle in the middle. This was the core department of the laboratory. Qin Yaoguang was not only a biomedical expert, but also the leader of the brain surgery department. Her laboratory had both medical and biological research functions. In addition, she had been working with the military for the past few years to carry out memory stripping surgery. She had also opened up a special area to serve the military. This area was guarded by the military, and it was not connected to the other departments of the laboratory. At that moment, Qin Yaoguang was sitting in her office flipping through some documents. The phone on her desk rang. It was the secretary's internal line. Qin Yaoguang pressed answer. "What is it?" she asked without looking up. "Dean Qin, lawyer Wen wants to see you." The secretary's voice was sweet and her tone was tactful. Because Gu Nianji's disappearance case from 8 years ago had been reopened, Qin Yaoguang took the opportunity to block Wen Shiyi's phone. She didn't want to attract attention at this juncture. I'm very busy. Let her make an appointment. Qin Yaoguang still didn't want to see Wen Shiyi, but Wen Shiyi took the phone from the secretary and said directly, Dean Qin, something happened in court yesterday. I think I need to tell you. Qin Yaoguang already knew about what happened in court yesterday. She said lightly, no need. I still have a few papers to write. Have a good rest and come back to work in a few days. Knowing that Wen Shiyi was fine, Qin Yaoguang decided to follow her original plan and let Wen Shiyi be the executive dean. Wen Shiyi breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, Dean Qin, Gu Nianji really came prepared. Young master, he helped her a lot. If young master he hadn't taken out the last surveillance video, she wouldn't have had a chance of winning. Wen Shiyi said in a low voice, her tone filled with unwillingness and unwillingness. Qin Yaoguang frowned deeply. It's not convenient for us to get involved in the He family's matters. She had already divorced He Qingjian. The He family was no longer her He family. Wen Shiyi was a little anxious. But my parents were arrested by them. Dean Qin. Qin Yaoguang looked up and picked up the phone. How are your parents? Wen Shiyi felt even more uncomfortable when she saw that Qin Yaoguang was avoiding the important points, but she still didn't dare to show it in front of Qin Yaoguang. Her eyes darkened. They admitted to all the charges. Qin Yaoguang's eyes flickered. Did you visit them today? Not yet. I'm only on bail, I can't go see them yet. Wen Shiyi looked at her watch. She actually didn't want to go to prison. Just as he was about to say something, the door behind him was kicked open. Wen Shiyi frowned and turned around. Just as she was about to scold him, she saw a group of people rushing in. He Zhichu, who was walking in front, had a murderous look on his face as he strode past her. He was wearing a dark green military uniform, and the belt around his waist was tight around his thin waist. His long strides were so big that he could catch up with her 2 or even 3 steps. Wen Shiyi looked at He Zhichu's back with a complicated expression. She thought to herself that she liked He Zhichu the most when he was wearing a suit and standing on the podium. That was truly the epitome of a young man who was unparalleled in the world. Hey! What are you doing? How did you get in here? Get out, get out! The secretary wearing thick glasses rushed out of the secretary's room. When she saw a group of men in military uniforms, she stopped in her tracks and covered her mouth. Young master He. What are you doing? Are you going to see Dean Qin? The secretary had been with Qin Yaoguang for many years and was familiar with He Zhichu. He Zhichu pushed her away and asked coldly, where's Qin Yaoguang? In the office inside, the secretary replied in a daze. She felt that something was wrong and took out her phone to send Qin Yaoguang a message. He Zhichu knocked her phone away and waved his hand. A soldier wearing white gloves stepped forward and showed her an arrest warrant. This is an arrest warrant issued by the military court. Take all of you away. When the secretary heard that she was also involved, her mind buzzed and she almost fainted on the ground. When Wen Shiyi saw this, she quietly moved towards the door. A soldier blocked her at the door with a gun and scolded, stand still. I'm not a staff member here. I'm a lawyer. I have something to discuss with Dean Qin. I just finished talking, Wen Shiyi said carefully. Wen Shiyi spoke carefully as she stole glances at He Zhichu's back. She was very worried that he would arrest her as well. But on second thought, she had indeed done it flawlessly. From a legal point of view, there was no problem at all. She straightened her back again and said calmly, let me out. My name isn't on your arrest warrant. She wasn't the executive director of the Qin family's private hospital, nor was she a member of Qin Yaoguang's laboratory. The soldier asked his superior for instructions. Seeing that Wen Shuyi was indeed not on the arrest warrant list, he let her go. He Zichu had sent someone to monitor Wen Shuyi, so he didn't stop her. His current target was Qin Yaoguang and her laboratory. Wen Shuyi was left to catch the big fish. From yesterday's trial, He Zichu knew very well that Wen Shuyi's parents must have been able to establish a relationship with Qin Yaoguang because of Wen Shuyi. Saying that Wen Shuyi didn't know anything. These words could only be used to brush the edge of the law. Qin Yaoguang heard the commotion outside and picked up the internal phone unhappily to call. What's going on outside? Can't you be quiet? He Zichu pressed the speakerphone on the secretary's desk and said coldly, Dean Qin, I have an arrest warrant issued by the military court. Please come with us. Qin Yaoguang's heart sank, but she quickly remembered that those people were all dead and that He Zichu had no evidence against her. She quickly calmed down and said calmly, Why did the military court issue an arrest warrant for me? Do you have evidence? If you don't have evidence, please leave. He Zichu really didn't have any evidence about what happened last night. When Dao and Liang Meili refused to accuse Qin Yaoguang. The 5 people he had caught had all died from the implosion of the chips in their brains. However, because they had already exploded, the chips had all shattered into powder. They had deduced that the chips had exploded based on the damage to the brain stem. There wasn't even a fragment of the chips. There was indeed no way to accuse Qin Yaoguang of last night's assassination. However, He Zichu was also a law student, so he couldn't be intimidated by Qin Yaoguang's words. He calmly took out the application from the Imperial Capital Intermediate People's Court to the military and said, Qin Yaoguang, you are suspected of committing fraud and framing in the minor kidnapping case 8 years ago. The evidence is conclusive. The military court has officially taken over the investigation and trial of this case based on your security level and the security level of your laboratory. Qin Yaoguang walked out of the office and sneered, How did I frame him? Gu Xiangwen was the one who did it. What does it have to do with me? Then what about this note? Why did you take out a note that Gu Xiangwen wrote to you 14 years ago and use it 8 years ago as evidence of Gu Xiangwen's crime? Isn't this fraud and framing? He Zichu took out a copy of the note and waved it in front of Qin Yaoguang. Qin Yaoguang raised her head. I don't know about that. This note wasn't written to me, and I don't know why it appeared again. Yes, it wasn't written to you, it was written to your entire laboratory, so everyone in your laboratory has been summoned. Please follow us back to assist in the investigation. He Zichu said casually as his gaze swept across Qin Yaoguang's office. Qin Yaoguang looked at the application from the Imperial Capital Intermediate People's Court and the arrest warrant issued by the military court. She sneered, I'm warning you, young master I'm not Wen Shuyi's powerless parents. If you want me to take the blame, I won't sit still and wait for death. He Zichu smiled, revealing his white teeth. Oh. You mean, when Dao and his wife are taking the blame? Who are they taking the blame for? You. This was today's second reward and update, Chapter 1604, The Prince is Unparalleled. The 50,000 Chidian coins, Immortal Fate, rewarded by the leader of the Alliance, Imam 1313, yesterday had been delivered. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. 8:00 in the evening. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1616. Qin Yaoguang was choked by He Zichu. How could she forget that He Zichu had also studied law before joining the army? He was also a lawyer. When Shuyi's eyes flashed. She separated the crowd and walked over. She said to He Zichu in a businesslike manner, Young master I'm Dean Qin's lawyer. I'll accompany her to go through the formalities. Qin Yaoguang thought that Wen Shuyi had already left, but she didn't expect her to still be here. She didn't just stand by and watch. Her emotions were a little complicated, but she didn't reject Wen Shuyi's suggestion. Ever since when Shuyi appeared, Qin Yaoguang had stopped talking. She began to exercise her Miranda rights, which was the position of a suspect to remain silent. He Jichu turned around to see that when Shuyi hadn't left yet. He was a bit surprised, but he didn't show it. He raised his hand. Then take her with us. When Shuyi took out her sunglasses and put them on Qin Yaoguang, she held her arm and walked to the door. He Jichu's subordinates followed Qin Yaoguang's lab roster and took away the 36 lab staff under her command. The entire laboratory building was sealed with a seal. The military had set up a yellow line and stationed soldiers armed with live ammunition. In the age of the internet, it was difficult for such a big operation to escape the danger of being exposed online. When they left Qin Yaoguang's laboratory, they had to pass through the main entrance of the Qin family's private hospital. With such a big scene, many people immediately raised their phones and began to take all kinds of photos, posting them on Weibo and WeChat moments. Before they even stepped out of the hospital, all kinds of photos had already been uploaded to social media. Young Master He. Should we take measures to control public opinion? He Jichu's personal secretary kept a close eye on the developments online. She wasn't sure how far He Jichu wanted to go with this. He Jichu got into the car and said calmly, "Don't worry about it." Since He Jichu said that they didn't need to worry about it, his subordinates could only watch from the sidelines. As a result, the popularity on the internet continued to rise. Whether it was the trending searches or the headlines, the news of Qin Yaoguang, the director of the Qin Corporation's private hospital, being taken away by the military court and the entire laboratory being sealed was spreading like wildfire. Gu Nianji still didn't know that the military had taken over the case. That afternoon, she was lying on her sofa with her legs crossed, scrolling through Weibo on her phone. She was suddenly attracted by the trending searches on Weibo, and her homepage was filled with news about Qin Yaoguang. Gu Nianji immediately straightened up and knelt on the sofa. Her fingers flew across her phone as she skimmed through the news. Lu Jin was sitting not far from her, writing a program. He suddenly caught a glimpse of her kneeling and playing with her phone. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "Nianji, why are you kneeling and looking at your phone?" "Gu Nianji," she quickly sat up and said excitedly, "Dad, do you know what I saw? Major, he has captured Qin Yaoguang." Lu Jin's eyes widened and he stood up from his seat. What? He Jichu had captured Qin Yaoguang. What happened? Gu Nianji picked a piece of news and clicked on it. She was speechless. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Lu Jin was very worried and walked over. "Let me see." Gu Nianji came back to her senses and handed the phone to Lu Jin. She said awkwardly, "It's still my case. Didn't the Imperial Capital Intermediate People's Court apply to the military to subpoena Qin Yaoguang and her laboratory staff? The news here says that because of the importance of Qin Yaoguang and her laboratory, there is a case that requires all of their assistance in the investigation. It also says that the case involves the disappearance of a minor 8 years ago." Lu Jin sighed quietly and looked much more relaxed. "The military has taken over. That's not bad. He Jichu has done a good job." Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin and asked curiously, "Dad, tell me honestly, did you have a crush on Qin Yaoguang back then?" "Me? A crush on her?" Lu Jin pointed at himself and scoffed. "I really didn't have a crush on her. Don't you know that people of the same trade are enemies? To me, I know everything she knows. I know more than she does. What's there about her that I admire and develop a crush on?" "Really?" Gu Nianji asked suspiciously. "Dad, you don't have to be embarrassed. I won't laugh at you. Even if you liked her, it was the result of your hormones acting up. It's fine as long as you don't like her now." Lu Jin rolled his eyes and put his legs on the coffee table. He crossed his feet and said, "I didn't like her in the past, now, and in the future. Don't worry. Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin for a while. Seeing that he wasn't reluctant at all, she nodded and said, "Okay, I believe you. Then you can't object to what I'm going to do next." Lu Jin looked up at her and felt a little uneasy. "Nianji, are you really going to deal with Qin Yaoguang? But if she makes your constitution and your genes public, have you ever thought that you might be a lab rat for the rest of your life?" Gu Nianji shook her head and said confidently, "No, the worst-case scenario is that my constitution will be made public by her. But I won't be a lab rat for the rest of my life, because I want to return to the other world. There, Major General Huo will protect me and never let me become someone else's lab rat." When Lu Jin heard this, he slowly lowered his head and didn't dare to look into Gu Nianji's eyes. Because her eyes were so firm and persistent, as if she was telling the only truth in the world. The sun rose in the east and set in the west. The seasons alternated, and fate cycled. Her faith was unbreakable. "What if you can't go back anymore?" Lu Jin asked softly. "Then what are you going to do?" "What if I can't go back anymore?" Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. Seeing that Lu Jin was depressed, she quickly understood how he felt. She smiled and sat down beside him. She held his arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. "Dad and young master, he will also protect me so that I won't become a lab rat." The gloom in Lu Jin's heart disappeared, and his mood immediately improved. He patted Gu Nianji's head and said in satisfaction, "That's more like it. Nianji, let Dad tell you something. Men may be unreliable and have a change of heart, but Dad definitely won't. Dad will do his best to protect you." Gu Nianji's eyes curved and she smiled. "Dad, you don't have to be like this. Actually, what I mean is that Major General Hua is a very responsible person. When it comes to love, he may be unreliable, and he may have a change of heart, but he will still protect me and definitely won't let me suffer that fate. Because this is his duty. His duty is to protect ordinary people like us from the torment of bad luck." She was indeed not that confident in her love for Hua Xiaoheng, but she had extraordinary confidence in Hua Xiaoheng's principles as a soldier. Lu Jin was a little embarrassed and nodded. That's good, that's good. What a pity. If only I hadn't been so impulsive back then and hadn't fought an energy war with Yi Qingjian. Without energy now, they were like housewives who couldn't cook without rice. They had the technical equipment, but they couldn't activate it. Gu Nianji quickly tried to persuade him, "It's okay. If I really want to go back, there will always be a way. Besides, my target now is Qin Yaoguang. I won't go back until I send this woman to prison." Lu Jin blinked and looked at her nervously. He wanted to say something but hesitated. This was today's third update, Chapter 1605, Enemies of the Same Trade. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1617. Sensing Lu Jin's uneasy expression, Gu Nianji thought he was still worried about her, so she said, "Dad, don't think too much. Actually, in my opinion, Qin Yaoguang might not dare to expose my special constitution. It's best if she still has some sense." Lu Jin said angrily and looked away uncomfortably. "But she's now under young Master He's control, and your next interrogation will be held in a secret military court. Even if she goes crazy and announces it, the number of people who know will be limited. With He Zhichu around, they won't dare to touch you." Gu Nianji nodded and smiled. "Yes, that's what I think. So I'm not worried. I need to prepare how to deal with it in court now. Qin Yaoguang and the people in her lab weren't confirmed suspects yet. They had an even bigger battle ahead of them in court." Lu Jin was very satisfied with her reaction and said, "Have you finished watching young Master He's mother's trial video? Did you learn anything?" "I've finished." Gu Nianji thought of Qin Suwen's trial video and was full of praise. Young Master He's mother is indeed very impressive. Her performance in court was simply unparalleled. This woman's charm in court was not based on her face at all. It went beyond the surface of her figure and appearance. It was a display of her inner strength. Right? Lu Jin was excited. She's really good at talking. I've never seen anyone so good at talking. As he spoke, he stood up and put on airs. He imitated Qin Suan's tone and waved his hand. He began to recite her closing statement. Our law emphasizes too much on the rights of the defendant and protects the rights of too many criminal suspects. But what about the victims? Who will protect the rights of the victims? When the girl was raped and killed in the classroom, the suspect in the rape and murder case was tightly protected. No one saw his photo, and not even his real name was released. The photo of the murdered girl, her real name, and identity, were widely circulated on the internet. Why is that? Is it because the dead can't appeal for themselves? The dead no longer have human rights. Or is it that our conscience has become biased? Our law can no longer even meet the minimum standards of morality. In some ways, it has even become the destroyer of morality. Gu Nianji stared at Lu Jin in shock. How many times had this guy watched Qin Suan's trial video? He could almost recite every single word that she had said. What do you think? Did I say it right? Lu Jin finished his closing statement and turned to look at Gu Nianji with a very happy smile. Gu Nianji clapped her hands and said emotionally, Dad, you're amazing. It's really a divine restoration. You're flattering me. Actually, I've only restored 99% of it. Lu Jin pretended to be modest and sat down, but the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing his true state of mind. I think it's 100% restoration. Gu Nianji gave him a thumbs up and smiled. Dad, you don't have to pretend to be humble in front of me. How is it 100%? Lu Jin waved his hand and raised his eyebrows proudly. She has a female voice, and I have a male voice. This innate difference has to be deducted by 1 percentage point, so there's only 99% restoration. Gu Nianji, he had forgotten that Lu Jin was a very rigorous scientist. Gu Nianji rubbed her nose. It was really tiring to fawn over a great scientist with an excellent memory. Okay, then 99%. Gu Nianji looked down at her phone and continued to browse through the news about Qin Yaoguang on Weibo. She said, Dad, you think too highly of me. I think there's still a big gap between me and Lawyer Qin. She was more of an impromptu performer, and her prior preparation was obviously not as solid as Qin Suan's. Qin Suan, on the other hand, not only did she perform well on the spot, but she also made detailed preparations in advance. Whenever she went to court, there was no need to supplement materials or summon new witnesses. As long as she went on stage, it would be the final word, and the outcome of the battle would be decided. Therefore, she had a nickname in the legal world, Qin First Trial, which meant that all the cases she took over only needed to be tried first. No one could appeal to the second trial and succeed. Lu Jin leaned against the sofa with the back of his head in his hands, lost in thought. You're still young. I think you already have 2/3 of her skills. In time, you'll be able to surpass her. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched, but she didn't comment. She casually scrolled through the hot news on Weibo, but in her mind, she was thinking about how she would break in when the court-martial began. The note was only one of the pieces of evidence. It would be very difficult to convict Qin Yaoguang based on this note alone. She had only been reading for a few minutes when she suddenly saw a piece of news quickly trending. A military vehicle caught fire in the suburbs, and Qin Yaoguang's laboratory staff were buried in the fire. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She quickly looked up and said, Turn on the TV. Turn on the TV. See if there's any breaking news. It was better to watch the TV for such things. Lu Jin didn't understand, but he still took out the remote control and turned on the news channel on the curved TV on the wall. As expected, the breaking news was also being broadcasted live on the TV. A female reporter in a firefighter's uniform was holding a microphone and standing on the shoulder of the suburban highway. Behind her was a raging fire. The fire covered the sky and the earth, emitting thick black smoke, dyeing the sky with a scar. Gu Nianji's heart tightened, and her head felt a little dizzy. She quickly found He Jichu's number and called without hesitation. The phone on the other side rang a few times, but no one answered. Gu Nianji was even more worried. Would He Jichu be okay? She had seen the news before and knew that he was the one who had personally arrested Qin Yaoguang and the people from her lab. Soon, the TV news also confirmed this. Major General He Jichu of the military is in command at the scene. He's over there directing the fire, but he refuses to be interviewed. The female reporter who was broadcasting the scene seemed to be a little angry. She tried to break through the cordon with the microphone several times and rushed towards the burning military vehicle. However, the soldier in charge of the security was very helpful and stopped her without hesitation. The female reporter was angry. She pointed at the soldier's nose and scolded, "You're obstructing the freedom of the press, let me tell you. What's your name? Military rank. Official position. Unit number. I'm going to complain to your superior." The little soldier's face was flushed red, but he still stood there motionlessly. He used his body to form a wall, isolating the sea of people in front of him and the sea of fire behind him. The female reporter turned around and said angrily to the camera, "The military has gone too far this time. Dean Qin is a famous brain surgeon in our country. Her lab has made outstanding contributions to our country's biological sciences and medicine. But the military arrested all of them with just a single arrest warrant." In the live broadcast room of the TV news channel, there was an anchor who was connected to the female reporter at the scene. All of them were very excited, and their faces were glistening. Because another big news had happened. They didn't care how many people survived the fire or how they were going to put out the fire. They only knew that the ratings of their show were going to increase, and the topic was going to be hyped up. Only with high attention could traffic be realized. In order to hype up the show and enhance its appeal, they even hired experts to interact with the female reporters at the scene in the live broadcast room. They also opened a direct phone call to allow ordinary citizens to participate in the discussion. Soon, a few passers-by called in and unanimously condemned the military, especially Major General He Jichu's violent behavior. They also hinted that he had relied on his family background to rise to the rank of a young master soldier, and that the act of arresting Qin Yaoguang was actually an act of venting his personal anger. Gu Nianji, where did this pheasant come from? She quickly picked up her phone and called the hotline in the live broadcast room. However, after dialing for 5 minutes, the line was busy and she couldn't get in at all. Was it really that popular? Were there so many people calling at the same time that the line was busy? Or were they entertaining themselves and suffering from their own wrongs? Gu Nianji made up her mind and used her own Trojan horse program to hack into the hotline number. Nowadays, most of the calls were made over the internet. In order to save money, the hotline to interact with the audience was over the internet, so it was convenient for Gu Nianji. As soon as she used the Trojan horse program to hack into their internet phone backend, she discovered that there was indeed something fishy about the so-called audience hotline. There weren't many people calling at all, so it was impossible for the line to be busy all the time. Gu Nianji sneered and squeezed their pheasant phone until it was disconnected, then called in herself. To be on the safe side, her phone turned on the voice-changing system. Of course, the program that hid the IP address went hand in hand with the Trojan horse program. She identified herself as soon as she came up. "I'm a lawyer. What I want to say is that your female reporter on the scene is very unprofessional and has broken many laws." Gu Nianji continued eloquently, "First of all, with an arrest warrant, you can arrest people. Your female reporter actually questioned the court's arrest warrant. How ignorant is she of the law? Did she graduate from 9-year compulsory education? Second of all, Qin Yaoguang has made contributions in the past, but that doesn't mean she won't break the law, nor does it mean that she can use her previous contributions to offset the law she has broken. Third of all, Major General He Jichu is fighting the fire. He is on a mission. May I ask which soldier has the obligation to be interviewed during a mission? Say it and see if the people don't beat you to death. Fourth of all, your female reporter attempted to break through the military's cordon. This is already illegal. Moreover, she is suspected of intimidating and threatening active duty soldiers who are on a mission. Your news video is evidence. When this is over, wait for a letter from the military's lawyer. The news anchor, experts, and female reporter in the live broadcast room were stunned by Gu Nianji's lecture. After a full 5 minutes, Gu Nianji had finished most of what she wanted to say. Only then did the other side hurriedly urge the director, quickly cut off her phone. Cut off all the video recordings just now. Don't broadcast it. The director was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He said with a sobbing tone, "No. I can't cut off her phone. This function seems to have failed. The video recording has been broadcasted simultaneously. I can't cut it off." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1606, Can't Cut It Off. A reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 1 p.m., there would be an update of Imam 1313 being promoted to the leader of the alliance. At 8 p.m., the third update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1618. At the same time, the video of the TV station's live stream scam had already spread on the internet. Although the anchor in the live stream was still forcing a smile, she was already cursing the female reporter at the scene in her heart. As soon as Gu Nianji hung up, the chief lawyer of the military legal department had already called the higher-ups of the TV station to tell them that the hot news that had just been broadcast had violated many laws. They would send a lawyer's letter to the program team, especially the female reporter at the scene. She would be directly sued in court. Only then did the higher-ups of the TV station know what had happened. They hurriedly promised that they would deal with it seriously and would not allow such irresponsible remarks to appear on TV again. The chief lawyer of the military legal department only laughed twice and said, "That's a different matter. It's already too late to deal with it now. Be careful in the future. But this time, we still have to meet in court." After hanging up the phone, the chief lawyer of the military legal department said to his secretary, "Have you prepared the lawyer's letter?" His secretary was watching the news and immediately said, "Chief, did you get someone to call and warn the program team?" That girl also said that the military was going to send a lawyer's letter to the program team. The chief lawyer was stunned. What's going on? Is there anyone else in the military who contacted the TV station's live stream? No. It's not someone you found. His secretary was also dumbfounded. Look at this most popular video. Someone called the live stream's hotline. From the anchor to the experts to the live reporters, they were all fiercely rebuked by her. They could only lie down and let them trample on them. The chief lawyer clicked on the video link sent to him by his secretary and watched it. He was very surprised after watching it. He chuckled and said, "There are really experts among the people. However, it also means that our people are on the side of justice. Those news reporters don't do the news well. They insist on being like clowns to please the public. They call it eye-catching, but in fact, they are lowering their own value and damaging the credibility of news professionals." The most important characteristic of news was that it should be impartial and fair reporting and restore the truth. There was no need for reporters to carry personal goods and teach their audience how to behave. If reporters put themselves in a high and mighty position and really thought that they were uncrowned kings, the audience would let them know who was the real boss. After the chief lawyer solved the problem with the TV station, he called He Ji-chu to report on the progress of the work. Young Master He, the matter with the TV station has been settled. The lawyer's letter is being prepared and will be sent out soon. Those who need to go through legal procedures will go through legal procedures, and those who need to be criticized will be criticized. This will not allow the matter to escalate. He Ji-chu frowned and folded his hands behind his back as he watched the firefighters put out the fire. The military vehicle containing Qin Yaguang's laboratory staff had been burned to an empty shell. The military driver, the soldiers escorting the car, and the laboratory staff in the car all died in the fire. The military's fire investigation experts were inspecting the situation of the fire in front. This time, the cause of the fire was clear. When their car drove onto the highway, a car suddenly tried to overtake them from behind. As a result, it hit the guardrail and bounced back, colliding with the military vehicle carrying the laboratory staff. At first, they thought it was just a simple car accident. However, when the car hit the military vehicle, the fuel tank burst, and the car suddenly burst into flames. The fire rushed to the roof of the military vehicle and quickly burned. Moreover, it burned very well, unlike a normal fire caused by gasoline. So was it really an accident that caused the fire? No one would believe it. He Ji-chu wore a Bluetooth headset and spoke to the chief lawyer. He heard the chief lawyer of the legal department on the other end of the phone say, "Young Master He, this time, not only did we make a move, but the audience watching on TV is also not easy to fool. In fact, before I came, someone went to the TV station to attack them. Do you want to watch the video? It's the hottest video on the internet now. The number of clicks has already exceeded 10 million in 10 minutes. He Ji-chu actually wasn't in the mood to watch the popular video, but his personal secretary was paying close attention to the internet. At this moment, he also sent him a link and said excitedly, "Young Master He, you must watch it." He Ji-chu, he took out his phone and swiped it open. He clicked on the popular video link sent by his secretary. When the voice of the woman on the phone came out, He Ji-chu felt a strange familiarity, even though the voice sounded different at all. However, after watching the entire video, He Ji-chu was sure that the woman who had called and confronted him head-on was Gu Nianji. He was too familiar with her style and tone of voice, as well as her habit of using words and logic. He had practically taught her everything. As for the difference in her voice, she must have used a voice changer. If he wasn't wrong, Gu Nianji had used a hacker to call the hotline and calmly finish her sentence without being cut off. Otherwise, if the director had noticed that something was wrong, he would have immediately stopped the live broadcast. He wouldn't have allowed this embarrassing scene to be broadcast. He Ji-chu's cold and hard heart instantly softened. Listening to her voice was like a warm and soft little hand gently massaging his tense forehead in the cold winter weather. He felt numb and comfortable from head to toe. He looked at the missed calls on his phone. The first one was Gu Nianji. Judging from the time of the call, it was when the accident had just happened. She must have called because she was worried about his safety, right? He didn't have the time to answer the phone, and she didn't continue to call. Instead, she turned to fight against those people who were trying to take advantage of the situation to slander him. This kind of considerate concern and protection made He Ji-chu feel both warm and pained. However, this wasn't the time to be sentimental. He Ji-chu didn't call. Instead, he sent Gu Nianji a text message, "I'm fine. You made a good call." When Gu Nianji saw the text message, she immediately understood that He Ji-chu had already watched the popular video. Although she had only revealed her voice and used a voice changer, He Ji-chu was so familiar with her that he would definitely recognize her. He Ji-chu had at least half the credit for her accomplishments in the law. After all, he was her master's student advisor. Gu Nianji was relieved, but also a little embarrassed. She hadn't expected the 5-minute video from the news broadcast to spread so widely. Fortunately, she had used a voice changer. Other than He Zichu and Lu Jin, no one could tell it was her. Moreover, He Zichu and Lu Jin wouldn't tell anyone else, so she was still safe. However, when she saw the comments on the popular video, she realized that most of them were supportive of her, so she was still a little excited. No matter how powerful a person was, they all wanted to be recognized by others, not be a lone hero. Lu Jin smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Nianji is indeed amazing. Gu Nianji winked at Lu Jin. Dad, you don't have to say that again. I'm not stupid. I know I'm amazing. Lu Jin laughed heartily at her. On the television, the news broadcast had already been stopped, and the empty news slot began to broadcast the international news. It was 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening in the United States, across the ocean. The President of the United States was holding a dinner party at the White House to entertain the visiting leader of the Moscow Municipal Party Committee, Yeltsin, and the chairman of the Soviet Youth Affairs Standing Committee, Gorbachev. On the television, the golden banquet hall of the White House was full of friends, and the banquet was held. Next to the most beautiful daughter of the president, Ivani, who was jokingly called the eldest princess by the netizens, sat a Chinese man in a black suit. Under the beautiful crystal chandelier, his beautiful face overshadowed the resplendent splendor of the crystal chandelier. However, his expression was colder than ice and snow. His eyes were half closed, and his posture was solemn. Everyone around him seemed to have become his background. In fact, between the big-bellied, white-haired Yeltsin and Gorbachev, who had a big red birthmark on his forehead, his presence was even more unforgettable. This person was the KGB's ace of the Far East, Peter Huoshouheng. He was now the deputy chief consul of the Soviet Consulate General in Sea City, and was also a diplomat of the Soviet Union. Gu Nianji looked at the television in realization. She thought to herself, so this ace of the Far East said he had something to do and had to leave the Huaxia Empire. He was joining the Soviet delegation to visit the United States. This was today's second update, Chapter 1607, A Little Excited. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. This was an update for the promotion of Imam 1313 to the Alliance leader. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the third update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1619. Lu Jin saw that Gu Nianji was suddenly stunned. He followed her gaze to the television and also saw the ace of the Far East, Deputy Chief Counsel Peter. Ha! He laughed. I was wondering why this piece of dog skin plaster had disappeared recently. Turns out it was stuck in America. Gu Nianji, she retracted her gaze and said nonchalantly, after all, he is the Deputy Chief Consul of the Soviet Union. Dad, don't say that in front of him. Do I still need to look at his face? Who does he think he is? Lu Jin scoffed. He didn't like this person to begin with, and now that Gu Nianji was speaking up for him, Lu Jin felt terrible. Even if your fiancé from the other world came here personally, he should be the one to listen to me. What he meant was that this fake would not receive the treatment of the original. Moreover, the treatment of the original wasn't very good here. Raise your head to marry your daughter, lower your head to marry your wife. Nianji, we're good at everything, but we can't belittle ourselves. We have to put on airs. Lu Jin said righteously, as if he was proud to have a daughter. Gu Nianji's heart was warm. She was so touched by Lu Jin's 360-degree protection of his daughter that her eyes turned red. After so many years, the missing piece of her heart was finally filled by his fatherly love. Look, she thought, I don't really need a mother's love. With a father like Lu Jin around, who cared who their mother was? Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and said with an aggrieved expression, but I'm not good at everything. For example, I don't know how to cook, I don't know how to sing, I don't know how to read books about particle physics, it doesn't matter. Lu Jin encouraged her without hesitation. I'm not a chef. It's only right that you don't know how to cook. You don't have this in your genes. As for singing, I'm tone deaf, so it's up to me. Lu Yuan happened to walk in with fresh vegetables and fruits. He snorted when he heard this. Nianji doesn't know high-energy physics. Maybe it's not your inheritance. Maybe you should test your DNA. I don't think a cute girl like Nianji is your child. After all, you don't know how to talk. What did you say? Lu Jin was so angry that he jumped up from the sofa. You don't know how to talk. Your whole family doesn't know how to speak. So what if you can talk? Someday, I'll build a smooth and slick robot and bring it with me. I'll pretend to be mute. Let it talk. Lu Yuan couldn't hold it in and almost laughed out loud. Lu Jin pointed at his nose resentfully and said, Don't laugh. I'll make it look like you and make it bow to me and call me boss every day. Fine, fine, fine. You're a great scientist. I can't beat you in an argument. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes at him and turned to greet Gu Nianji. Nianji, what do you want to eat for lunch? Today's fish are very fresh, wild fish, no pollution. Gu Nianji smiled and said, Thank you, President Lu. I won't stand on ceremony then. Can you make fish with pickled cabbage and chili? I want it to be especially delicious. No problem. I'll go see how much pickled cabbage is left. Lu Yuan entered the kitchen of Gu Nianji's suite and began to clean up. The fire was finally extinguished, and all that was left of the tall military vehicle was a pitch-black frame. The air was filled with thick, charred smoke. Someone was spraying chemicals in the air to cover up the smell of burning human bodies. He Jichu's face was as dark as water. He stood in front of the burned military vehicle with his hands behind his back and ordered coldly, Send another company of people to Qin Yaoguang's laboratory building. I want to see how arrogant they are. So many lives have been turned to ashes under the sun. He Jichu's heart was heavy, and he couldn't help clenching his fists. Why? Why did they do this? What were they trying to cover up? If it wasn't because the other party was particularly stupid, then it was because they couldn't care less about anything else. They were desperate to hide their secrets, no matter the cost. Qin Yaoguang's laboratory, it was the Gu Qin laboratory that she and Gu Xiangwen had worked together in the past. After Gu Xiangwen was burned to death, the laboratory became Qin Yaoguang's private property and was renamed the Yaoguang Laboratory. Qin Yaoguang sat in He Jichu's car and looked calmly at the burned military vehicle opposite her. She scoffed softly. They were all a bunch of trash. It was good that they were dead. He Jichu returned to the car and happened to see Qin Yaoguang's gaze. He was slightly stunned. You should be glad that you were in the same car as me. Otherwise, you would be one of them now. He Jichu closed the car door and looked out the window at the scene of the fire. Qin Yaoguang's face darkened. Young Master He, there's no need for us to pretend to be polite. You know that I always say what I have to say. What are you going to do with my lab staff? What good will it do you to kill them? Why did you have to kill them all? He Jichu glanced back at her. Do you think I was the one who did these people? Wasn't it? Qin Yaoguang's eyes widened, and her plump lips pursed into a drooping arc. Young Master He, other than you, who else has the ability to do such a case? Yes, I also want to know. Other than me, who else? He Jichu said meaningfully. Cut the crap. We'll meet in court-martial. If that's the case, I won't talk to you anymore. Qin Yaoguang sat back down angrily. I want to see a lawyer. I want to exercise my civil rights. He Ji-chu ignored her and coldly ordered the driver to drive to the temporary detention center set up by the court-martial in the suburbs. If they hadn't gone to the suburbs today, but downtown, the damage and panic would have been even greater. He Ji-chu was thinking about what the other party might have done and the possible mastermind behind the scenes. While he was concentrating, he suddenly heard his phone ring. He took it out and saw that it was his father, He Qingjian. He Ji-chu put on his Bluetooth headset and answered the call. "Hello, General He." Qin Yaoguang heard it from the side. The corners of her eyes twitched uncontrollably, and hope rose in her heart. She quietly asked, "Is it Brother He? Does he know that something happened to me?" An uncontrollable rage rose in He Ji-chu's heart. He turned his head and said angrily, "Shut up. How old are you? Do you still think you're a little girl? What does my father have to do with you? You call a man who's not related to you big brother. Have you thought about what his wife would think?" When Qin Suan was still alive, Qin Yaoguang often called He Qingjian Brother He in front of her. He Qingjian felt guilty because he had broken off the engagement with her, so he tolerated her calling him that. However, He Ji-chu knew that his mother, Qin Suan, had actually tolerated this title for a long time. However, for the sake of politeness and Qin Yaoguang's face, she didn't say anything. Qin Suan had grown up in the Qin family's orphanage. The Qin family had done her a favor, so she wouldn't be unable to even tolerate a title. However, He Ji-chu didn't buy it. In fact, ever since He Ji-chu broke off the engagement with Gu Nianji, he had stopped paying attention to his demeanor and a man's breadth of mind. He had completely let go of himself. Qin Yaoguang's face instantly turned red. There was no greater humiliation than being scolded by the son of her sweetheart. Her lips trembled as she sobbed, "I know you hate me because of Gu Nianji, but I'm also her biological mother. If you mention that you're Nianji's biological mother again, do you believe that I'll sew up your mouth?" He Ji-chu narrowed his eyes. "What makes you worthy of being a mother? You can't call yourself a mother just because you provided a uterus and an egg cell. Qin Yaoguang, you better pray that you didn't do anything to Nianji. Otherwise, I'll personally break your bones one by one, break them into bones, grind them into powder, and feed them to the dogs." "Ji-chu. How can you say that?" On the other end of the Bluetooth headset, He Qingjian was dumbfounded as he listened to his son's evil words. He couldn't help scolding him, "No matter how much you hate a person, don't lose your demeanor in front of her. Besides, she's your savior. What did your mother teach you back then?" "My mother is good at everything. The only bad thing is that she endured your guilt for you for too many years." He Ji-chu didn't want to talk to He Qingjian anymore. He disconnected the connection, took out his phone, and blocked He Qingjian's number. He ordered calmly, "Turn around and go back to the base. Seal it off." This was today's third update, Chapter 1608, Trying to Cover Up. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1620. Wasn't He Ji-chu scolding himself with his words? He had always been concerned that Qin Yaoguang was his savior and Nianji's biological mother, so he had tolerated her for many years. In the other world, when he knew that something was wrong, he still didn't believe that those things had anything to do with Qin Yaoguang. It wasn't for any other reason, but because she was Gu Nianji's biological mother. How could there be a biological mother that was so vicious and ruthless to her own daughter, wanting to get rid of her as soon as possible? He had subconsciously ruled out this possibility at the time. However, after returning and discovering Qin Yaoguang's undisguised malice towards Gu Nianji, especially when she had tried her best to obtain her body for experiments, the persistence in his heart had completely collapsed. Not every biological mother was worthy of being a mother. The word mother was definitely not just related by blood. As soon as the car escorting Qin Yaoguang returned to the base, He Zichu's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from the company commander he had left behind to guard Qin Yaoguang's laboratory. What happened? He Zichu asked straightforwardly. There must be a problem if he called at this time. Reporting to the chief, someone tried to ambush the laboratory just now and was killed on the spot. The company commander's voice was very nervous. But now, many ordinary citizens have surrounded us and are pushing and shoving us to leave the hospital. Are they really ordinary citizens? He Zichu scoffed. People who aren't afraid of death in the face of armed soldiers aren't ordinary citizens. They're bandits. Arrest all of them and wait for interrogation. Chief, can we? The company commander didn't dare to point his gun at these ordinary citizens. If anything happens, I'll take care of it for you. He Zichu said coldly, his attitude very tough. The company commander on the other side choked, but he caught sight of an ordinary citizen raising a brick and smashing it at the head of a small soldier beside him. The company commander reflexively fired and hit the man's wrist. The brick in the man's hand fell to the ground with a plop. He held his bleeding hand and screamed wildly. The ordinary citizens, who were about to surround them, all ran away when they saw this. As expected, they weren't ordinary citizens. The company commander sighed in his heart and straightened his back. With Major General He's support, things were different. In order to prevent the person behind Qin Yaoguang from launching another sneak attack, He Zichu decided to bring her back to the base. If someone could force their way into the military encampment here, it would only be possible for the army to mutiny. The most heavily guarded small building in the base was the temporary prison where Qin Yaoguang was being held. However, Qin Yaoguang made up her mind not to speak and waited for her lawyer. She wasn't completely clueless about the law, so she knew that He Zichu could only hold her for 48 hours with an arrest warrant. After 48 hours, she would either be handed over to the court, or she would be released. With her status and identity, it was impossible to imprison her for no reason at all. Her prediction was correct. On social media, the news of the arrest of Qin Yaoguang, a famous biomedical expert, philanthropist, and brain surgeon who was only one step away from the Nobel Prize, quickly spread. The Qin Corporation's private hospital had been running for so many years, and it had its own connections and social status. Many people stood up for it. From celebrities to government officials, from ordinary people to business tycoons, they were all asking the military to announce the reason for Qin Yaoguang's arrest. There were even people who started an online petition. At the same time, there were also people within the military who disagreed with He Zichu's actions. They even had some complaints about He Zichu's father, He Qingjian. However, the members of the Military Supreme Council were all on He Zichu's side because they knew more information and were more comprehensive. However, a lot of the information here could not be made public. Even if their own citizens could know this information, not all of them were loyal to this country. There were willing traitors, as well as foreign spies and intelligence personnel. Therefore, the public's right to know was largely a relative concept. When it came to national security, the public's right to know had to be compromised. He Zichu actually didn't care about the public opinion on the internet. But he couldn't not abide by the law. For now, the military's arrest warrant only gave him 48 hours of time. After 48 hours, he would have to hand Qin Yaoguang over to the custody of the military court and wait to appear in court. Although he really wanted to torture Qin Yaoguang, it was only a thought. Before he confirmed Qin Yaoguang's guilt, he couldn't do anything to her in case he left something behind and affected the court trial. Gu Nianji was also paying close attention to the progress of the case. After all, she was both the victim and the private prosecution lawyer. When she woke up that night, the internet was flooded with posts crying out for Qin Yaoguang. It almost blinded Gu Nianji's big, comic book eyes. Is this Qin Yaoguang really that powerful? Looking at this post, it's like the reincarnation of Guanyin and the manifestation of Bodhisattva. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. She held her phone and scrolled through the trending posts and news searches on the internet. If I remember correctly, the Qin Corporation's private hospital is a private hospital. It's famous for being expensive. How did it suddenly become a moral pacesetter that wholeheartedly cares about the health of the public? Gu Nianji was unhappy to see so many posts that were openly and secretly slandering He Zhiqiu. How was this slandering He Zhiqiu? This was slandering her, Gu Nianji. It was because He Zhiqiu had stood up for her that he had incurred such a huge negative public opinion. Gu Nianji had read the posts all morning and finally couldn't take it anymore. You guys are teaming up to slander young Master He. Are you going to slander me next? Gu Nianji made up her mind and said to Lu Jin, Dad, I want to investigate how the Qin Corporation's private hospital got rich. I also want to investigate the situation at the Qin Corporation's orphanage. I don't believe that this kind of private group without social supervision can be so noble. Weren't they all willing to do anything for money? Did they have a sense of social responsibility and conscience? They didn't exist. Lu Jin looked at her in confusion. Why are you investigating the Qin Corporation's private hospital group? They've been running private hospitals for decades, and they have a good reputation all over the country. As for the Qin Corporation's orphanage. What happened to the Qin Corporation's orphanage? Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She asked in surprise, Is there a problem? I don't know if there's a problem, but young Master He's mother, Lawyer Qin, is an orphan adopted by the Qin Corporation's orphanage. Lu Jin scratched his head awkwardly. Do you know? I seem to have heard that Lawyer Qin is an orphan. So she's an orphan from the Qin Corporation's orphanage. Gu Nianji's jade-like eyes darted around. An orphan from the orphanage stole the fiancé of the Qin family's eldest daughter. How melodramatic. How is it melodramatic? Lu Jin frowned unhappily. Don't talk about Lawyer Qin like that. She's smart, capable, kind-hearted, persistent, and independent. If I had to choose her, why would I choose Qin Yaoguang? Gu Nianji, but, to be honest, Qin Yaoguang is much prettier than Lawyer Qin if we just look at her face. Gu Nianji couldn't help touching her face. For the first time, she felt a little resentful. She would rather have average looks than look so much like Qin Yaoguang. Especially her curvy lips, they looked like they came out of the same mold as Qin Yaoguang. Lu Jin snorted, crossed his legs, and pointed at her with his hand. Shallow. You only know how to look at a person's face. I think that Major General Hua has charmed you because of his face, right? You can't say that. Gu Nianji pretended to be deep in thought for a while. Major General Hua didn't just charm me with his face, but it's impossible without a face. What a little girl. Lu Jin smiled and shook his head. He stood up and said, Okay, I'll help you find the Qin Corporation's private hospital and the Qin Corporation's orphanage's operations over the years. Dad, how are you going to find it? Gu Nianji's eyes lit up, and she chased after him. Are you going to hack into their internal system? Let me learn, okay? Lu Jin nodded proudly. Daughter, come here and watch your dad show off his skills. I'll show you what a real computer expert looks like. Otherwise, I'll have a toothache when I see you worship that little bastard Zhao Liangzi like a god. Gu Nianji laughed. Dad, you're even jealous of Zhao Liangzi. Who's jealous? Who's jealous? Lu Jin retorted. Is it wrong for me to tell the truth? If you have the ability, let Zhao Liangzi come over and compete. Let's see if he can crack more password programs or if I can crack more. Okay, Dad's the best. I won't accept any rebuttals. Gu Nianji flattered Lu Jin until he was so comfortable that he walked on air. He practically floated all the way back to his suite across the street. He turned on his high-configuration computer that was comparable to a server and began to show Gu Nianji what the ultimate hacking system was. Lu Jin's hand speed was very fast. He tapped on the mechanical keyboard and in less than 5 seconds, he broke through the network security system that the Lu Corporation had set up for the Qin Corporation's private hospital system. Gu Nianji was stunned for a moment and said unhappily, "Dad, you're cheating. The Qin Corporation's security system was set up by your company. Do you still need to crack the password?" Lu Jin rolled his eyes and said, "Be patient, daughter. This is only the peripheral system. Their intranet system doesn't use our company's security system. Even our company's network security system uses dynamic passwords, not static passwords. So even if I'm the company's major shareholder, I don't know what the password is." Gu Nianji replied with an "oh" and was a little embarrassed. She quickly clenched her little fists and massaged Lu Jin's back. She said flatteringly, "I know Dad's the best. I'm just saying that. Dad, don't be angry, don't be angry." Dynamic passwords were indeed difficult to crack because the key was different every time, and there were more things to understand. Lu Jin overcame all the obstacles and finally broke into the back door of the Qin Corporation's private hospital's internet system. His fingers stopped, and his eyes stared motionlessly at the flashing blue cursor on the computer screen. His expression became serious as he said, "This is indeed a little difficult. I need to study it carefully. Even you can't crack it right away." Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows. "This Qin Corporation's private hospital is really extraordinary." This was an idea put forward by a very famous cryptographer back then. He said that he wanted to build the strongest shield in the world. Although Lu Jin wasn't the best expert in cryptography, he was very familiar with the cutting-edge technology in this area. Then didn't he come up with a way to crack it? Gu Nianji asked quickly. This kind of method of constructing a password is indeed unheard of. At least she had never seen such a password setup in the other world. He died before he could come up with an idea to crack it. Lu Jin shrugged. So many people have been working to develop a way to crack it over the years, but there doesn't seem to be a particularly effective and fast way. Dad, do you want to give it a try? Gu Nianji asked carefully. She felt that Lu Jin was eager to give it a try, so she decided to quietly add fuel to the fire. Lu Jin smiled and rubbed his fists. Since my daughter needs it, I'll give it a try. Soon, Lu Jin devoted himself to cracking the intranet password of the Qin Corporation's private hospital. Gu Nianji searched the internet for news about the Qin Corporation's private hospital and the Qin orphanage. She had to admit that the Qin Corporation's private hospital had a very good reputation on the internet. It was so good that there was no negative news at all. Because as soon as there was negative news, it was immediately deleted. Gu Nianji remembered that a few days ago, a few people had gone to the Qin Corporation's private hospital to cause trouble. At that time, Qin Yaoguang had been flustered and exhausted to deal with them. It had only been a few days, but the negative news had disappeared without a trace. The more it was like this, the more Gu Nianji felt that the Qin Corporation's private hospital was probably not clean. The reason was very simple. To be able to support Qin Yaoguang and her laboratory, the Qin Corporation's private hospital was definitely not a good person. Gu Nianji changed several search methods, intending to dig deeper into the internet. At that moment, Lu Jin cheered. It's cracked. Gu Nianji, she looked at her watch. It had only been half an hour. Therefore, the strongest shield in the world had only lasted for half an hour in front of a true genius like Lu Jin. Gu Nianji smiled so much that her lips curled up. She ran over to look at Lu Jin's computer and found that he was downloading the contents of the other party's internet at high speed. However, within a few minutes of downloading, the other party discovered that the internet had been hacked. Soon, the other party unplugged the network cable and their connection was cut off. Lu Jin shook his head regretfully. I only downloaded less than a tenth of the content. The other party was too vigilant. It's okay. This tenth of the content is enough for us to study. Gu Nianji happily patted Lu Jin on the shoulder and asked him to send the downloaded content to her. She turned around and went back to her room to study it. Time passed quickly. 46 hours passed in a flash, and soon there were only 2 hours left. After Gu Nianji used her alternate account to tentatively throw out a few posts questioning the Qin Corporation's private hospital's alleged illegal operations, the online public opinion had calmed down. After the initial incitement, the netizens began to think calmly. And many things could not withstand everyone's calm thinking. As more and more negative news about the Qin Corporation's private hospital surfaced again, the Qin Corporation's stock price fell twice in a row. The shareholders of the Qin Corporation couldn't sit still anymore. They strongly demanded that old Master Qin, who had been silent all this time, come out to hold the fort. During these 46 hours, Qin Yaoguang had been very patient. She didn't speak, didn't eat, and didn't even drink water. She couldn't sleep under the bright lights. She looked haggard, but she still didn't say a word. In the last 2 hours, Qin Yaoguang's father finally appeared with Wen Shuyi. Young Master He, old Master Qin brought a lawyer to see his daughter, He Jichu's personal secretary reported to him quietly. He Jichu looked at Qin Yaoguang's pale face on the monitor and raised his hand. Let them in. Qin Yaoguang's father was already over 70 years old. When he appeared in front of people in the past, he had always been youthful and energetic. Today, he looked exceptionally old. He would pant after taking a few steps, and when Shuyi had been supporting him. It was obvious that he had suffered a huge mental blow. Old Master Qin, please have a seat. He Jichu walked in politely. Old Master Qin's nose turned sour, and tears streamed down his old face. He almost knelt down to He Jichu. Young Master He, please let me see my daughter for the sake of this old man. This was today's chapter of 4,500 words combined into one, chapter 1609, The Strongest Shield. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8 p.m., the monthly vote was 1,500 plus updates. P.S. Thank you to Billions Chasing You for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1621. Not only was old Master Qin old, but he was also the chairman of the Qin Corporation's private hospital. With such a status, he didn't use his status to oppress others. Instead, as an old father, he pleaded with He Jichu to see Qin Yaoguang. Young Master He, as a father, I didn't do a good job and let her act recklessly. But I can guarantee that she definitely didn't do anything shameful. She's a straightforward person who doesn't know how to beat around the bush. That's why she's always misunderstood. Old Master Qin begged bitterly. Actually, even if he didn't beg He Jichu, Qin Yaoguang would be transferred to the court system in 2 hours. Old Master Qin would definitely be able to see her. But he chose to beg him. He Jichu was unmoved. He looked at Old Master Qin coldly and said, Old Master Qin, how can you vouch for Qin Yaoguang if she did anything shameful? Do you know what experiments she did? Old Master Qin was stunned for a moment and muttered, I don't know what she did. I just want the hospital to make money and answer to the shareholders. She has run our Qin Corporation's hospital very well all these years. It's not an exaggeration to say that she has both fame and fortune. I don't know how this happened either. You really don't know. On the way just now, our military vehicles were all burned down. Who do you think would be so crazy? He Jichu's cold and clear voice was filled with alienation and estrangement. Wen Shuyi looked at He Jichu for a long time. Seeing that he didn't say anything, her expression darkened. She said softly, Old Master Qin was ill. He hasn't been in the imperial capital for a while, but in Z City. I only found out that something had happened to Auntie Chin yesterday. I also heard that her laboratory staff were burned to death in a car accident. I felt that the situation was urgent, so I ignored my illness and struggled to fly over from Z City. Old Master Chin's expression became serious. He asked He Ji-chu, "Young Master He, what exactly happened in that car accident? I'm very worried about Yao Guang's safety. I think the car accident wasn't aimed at those lab staff, but at her. She's safer here, so I didn't rush over immediately. Instead, I dealt with some false comments on the internet." "I believe you, young Master He. You're not someone who uses public power for personal gain, nor are you someone who uses public power to vent your personal anger. If Yao Guang did something wrong, she'll be punished accordingly. I won't tolerate it." He Ji-chu's expression eased a little, and his voice softened a little. "Old Master Chin, you're being too serious. The cause of the car accident is still under investigation. No matter who it is, they will not escape the punishment of the law. As for who the car accident was targeting, we temporarily believe that it was targeting the laboratory staff. As for who wants Dean Chin's life, I can't tell for now." It was not impossible, but the possibility was very low. When Shi quickly said, "Young Master He has always been fair. He is a lawyer himself, so he will definitely not ignore the law." He Ji-chu pursed his lips. His almond-shaped eyes did not have a trace of warmth. He looked at Wen Shui and said, "Lawyer Wen, are you still going to be Qin Yaoguang's lawyer?" Wen Shui had never heard He Ji-chu speak to her in such a distant tone. She felt very uncomfortable, but no matter how uncomfortable she felt, she would not show it in front of He Ji-chu, because that would only make her a laughingstock. She said calmly, "I recommended myself to be Auntie Chin's lawyer the day before yesterday. Yesterday, Old Master Chin specially called me and asked me to defend Auntie Chin. I have to help her." "Really? Even if she sent someone to the detention center to assassinate your parents, you still want to help her?" He Ji-chu's gaze swept over, obviously very disdainful. "What? Someone went to the detention center to assassinate my parents?" Wen Shui's eyes widened in shock. "What about my parents? How are they doing?" He Ji-chu avoided talking about Wen Shui's parents' situation and asked, "Don't you think Qin Yaoguang sent someone? Auntie Chin isn't that kind of person." Wen Shui clenched her fists and said excitedly, "She wouldn't do such a thing." "You're so sure?" He Ji-chu looked away and curled his lips coldly. "That's true. Your parents have taken the blame for you. Young Master He, when you accuse someone, you have to have evidence. May I ask if you have evidence to prove that Auntie Chin sent someone to do it?" Wen Shui blushed at He Ji-chu's words, but she forced herself to remain calm and asked He Ji-chu about what had happened to her parents in the detention center. "Even if I have evidence, I will only submit it to the court. Do you think I will tell you?" He Ji-chu smiled faintly and looked at Old Master Chin. "You heard everything. Your daughter is very capable. Only she can take other people's lives. I don't know who would want her life." Old Master Chin didn't seem to know about this and blinked. Yao Guang really did such a thing. He leaned heavily on the ground with his walking stick and said bitterly, "I have to go and persuade her. If she really did it, we will bear the responsibility." He Ji-chu looked at his watch. Almost half an hour had passed. In another hour and a half, it would be 48 hours. He raised his hand and called his men over. "Bring Qin Yaoguang over." Old Master Chin hurriedly said, "Is it convenient here? Shall we go and see her?" "There's no need. Let's just watch from here." As He Ji-chu spoke, he walked to the door and pointed at the room. "There are surveillance cameras here. Don't say I didn't warn you. Thank you for your guidance, young Master He. Actually, there's nothing I can't tell you. It doesn't matter if there's surveillance or not. Old Master Qin was an old man after all. His magnanimous appearance made it hard for people to dislike him. He Jichu lit a cigarette and stood at the door to smoke. 10 minutes later, Qin Yaoguang was brought over by 2 female soldiers. He Jichu took a puff from the cigarette in his mouth. With the cigarette in his hand, he said, "Your father came to see you and even found you a lawyer." Qin Yaoguang still pursed her lips and did not say a word. She had said that without a lawyer, she would remain silent. She pushed the door open and saw old Master Qin and Wen Shui. The unwillingness and discomfort that Qin Yaoguang had endured for 2 days gushed out. "Dad! You're finally here." She pounced over and hugged old Master Qin, sobbing. Wen Shui quickly comforted her, "Auntie Qin, don't be sad. Old Master Qin has been sick recently, so he flew over from Z City." "Huh? Dad, you're sick. What illness? Do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup?" Qin Yaoguang was very nervous about old Master Qin's health. She was old Master Qin's only daughter and had always had a good relationship with her father. Although she didn't have any mother-daughter relationship with Gu Nianji, her father-daughter relationship with old Master Qin was extremely deep. "I'm fine. If you don't anger me, I'm afraid I'll live for a few more years." Old Master Qin glared at Qin Yaoguang and suddenly raised his walking stick to hit her. "Tell me. Did you do Nianji's disappearance 8 years ago? Tell me the truth." Old Master Qin chased after her and interrogated her at the same time. Qin Yaoguang was so angry that she leaned back and shouted, "Dad, you're really my biological father. How can you boost other people's morale and destroy your own prestige like this? I'm only asking you if you did what happened 8 years ago." And then framed Gu Xiangwen. "How many times have I advised you not to be narrow-minded? Although Gu Xiangwen has let you down, you can't use such methods. Besides, Nianji is your biological daughter. How can you bear to use her as bait to destroy Gu Xiangwen? Look at what you've done. There are so many people out there waiting to take your life, and you're still unwilling to behave. I've said it before, the bird that sticks out will be shot. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. You're so much better than others. If those people can't get your skills, they'll want to destroy you." Old Master Qin panted as he cursed. It was all recorded by the surveillance camera. Qin Yaoguang was almost in despair. "Dad! What are you saying? Are you here to save me or to send me in?" What she didn't want to admit, and what the other party didn't have any evidence at all, had now been exposed by old Master Qin's beating and scolding. Wen Shui's eyes flashed. She stood between old Master Qin and Qin Yaoguang and advised, "Old Master Qin, calm down. You haven't recovered from your illness yet. I'm afraid this kind of commotion will worsen your illness." She then said to Qin Yaoguang solemnly, "In another hour, Auntie Qin will be going to the court's detention center. Think about what old Master Qin said. I'll do my best to defend you. This is today's 3rd monthly ticket, 1,500 plus updates, Chapter 1610. Remind everyone of the monthly and recommendation tickets. The monthly ticket, 1,500 plus updates, has been delivered. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1622. Wen Shui's voice was gentle and low. She had learned courtroom debate skills, so she knew how to speak and how to make the audience listen to her words to the greatest extent. Qin Yaoguang slowly calmed down under her comfort. Her feverish brain seemed to have been splashed with a bucket of cold water, and she was gradually able to think calmly. The time and energy she had invested in scientific experiments over the years had not been for nothing. As a scientist, her rational thinking quickly returned to her mind. Qin Yaoguang was silent for a moment, then nodded. she said reluctantly. Okay, I'll think about it again. Actually, what happened 8 years ago really had nothing to do with me. She was still unwilling to plead guilty. After all, she was also a well-known person, and she was also someone who cherished her reputation. Once she pleaded guilty, she would most likely be sentenced to prison. All her years of hard work would be wasted. Old Master Qin sighed and raised his hand. I know you're wronged, but don't worry. You're my only daughter. If the court rules, my old bones can still hold on for a few more days. I'll support the company and the hospital for you. When you come out, I'll hand them all over to you. Qin Yaoguang's eyes flickered as she pursed her lips and looked at Old Master Qin. Although she was Old Master Qin's only daughter, Old Master Qin had been in charge of the company for so many years. He had never said that he would pass the company to her directly. This was the first time he had said this. The Qin family was a big business, and they were not the only branch of the family. Old Master Qin had 3 biological brothers. Although they were all dead, these brothers had many sons and grandsons, which was much more than the number of people in the Qin family. These Qin family members also worked in the Qin Corporation. Qin Yaoguang's eldest cousin was one of the important directors of the Qin Corporation. She used to think that Old Master Qin would split the company equally among the several families, but now it seemed that it might not be so. Old Master Qin stomped his walking stick on the ground and frowned. Think about it carefully. Why don't you take advantage of the fact that we're all here to make things clear with young Master He? We're all family. Don't make things so ugly. Qin Yaoguang's eyes reddened. She lowered her head and said, General He and I are already divorced. How can young Master He treat me as family? Old Master Qin patted her on the shoulder and comforted her. Don't think that way. Young Master He made such a big fuss because he was standing up for Nianji. You're Nianji's biological mother after all. Nianji has such a good relationship with young Master He, so young Master He won't go overboard with you. Qin Yaoguang pursed her lips and said, I don't think she's. Shut up. Old Master Qin was exasperated. I told you long ago, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're Nianji's biological mother. People's hearts are made of flesh. You're her biological mother. If he doted on her, how could she not be good to him? Now that things have come to this, mother and daughter don't act like mother and daughter, and relatives don't act like relatives. I think your brain must have gone haywire from doing experiments. Although Qin Yaoguang was stubborn, she had long regretted it in her heart. If he had tried to appease Nianji from the beginning, wouldn't that silly girl have been obedient? But how could she endure it? Qin Yaoguang thought about it carefully and still didn't think she had done anything wrong. She looked down at the grayish-black tiles on the ground and nodded unwillingly. I understand. I'll explain this matter to everyone. But before I go to court, I want to see Nianji. What do you want to see Nianji for? Old Master Qin saw that Qin Yaoguang still refused to admit her guilt and immediately became vigilant. Don't you think you haven't caused enough trouble? Do you really want to anger the He family and doom our Qin family to eternal damnation? The corners of Qin Yaoguang's eyes twitched. She smiled bitterly and said, I just want to apologize to her. I won't suppress her anymore. After all, they're biological mother and daughter. Why do we have to make things difficult for our relatives and happy for our enemies? Also, 8 years ago, I shouldn't have done such a thing. I let her father take advantage of the loophole and separated us for so many years. That's right. Old Master Qin nodded in satisfaction. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes relaxed. How can a mother and daughter have an overnight grudge? I'll call young Master He in and plead with him. Qin Yaoguang nodded and stood beside Wen Shuyi. She watched as Old Master Qin opened the door and invited He Zhichu in. He Zhichu walked in leisurely with a cigarette in his hand. He was tall and elegant, with a tall and straight posture. When he didn't speak, he was as cold as a jade statue, but when he opened his mouth, he was as cold as the ice of the extreme north. What is it? Have you guys discussed it? Hijichu flicked the ash off his cigarette with a half-smile. Old Master Qin choked and smiled sheepishly. Young Master He, what are you talking about? I'm advising Yao Guang to say what you have to say and stop shirking responsibility. Hijichu looked at Qin Yao Guang indifferently. Is that so? Qin Yao Guang looked away uncomfortably and nodded. What happened 8 years ago did have something to do with me, but it's not what you think. I didn't say it because I didn't want to drag someone else into it. Someone else? You're saying that someone else is involved? Hijichu's eyes narrowed as he stared at Qin Yao Guang. Tell me, who exactly is it? Qin Yao Guang glanced at the surveillance camera and said calmly, Do you really want to know? Do you have surveillance cameras here? It doesn't matter. Tell me. I won't let go of anyone involved. Hijichu's expression became serious. Even old Master Qin became nervous. Could there be someone else? When Shi was a lawyer, so she reminded her, Auntie Qin, why don't you tell me first and let me see if it's reasonable and legal? Qin Yao Guang still shook her head. I won't say it now. If young Master He insists on suing me, then I'll have to say it in court. Wen Shi frowned. Auntie Qin, I'm your lawyer. If you don't tell me what you want to say in advance, what if you make a mistake in court? I'll admit it even if I make a mistake. Qin Yao Guang curled her lips and revealed a strange smile. You'll know in court. She didn't want to talk about this topic anymore, so she turned to look at Hijichu. Young Master He, I want to see Nianji before I go to court. Can you arrange it? Why do you want to see Nianji? Hijichu shook his head. I'm afraid I can't agree. I just want to apologize to her. Qin Yao Guang sighed softly and rubbed her temples. I admit that I was a little obsessed with my research career. I shouldn't have ignored her for so long, and I shouldn't have been so businesslike with her. I shouldn't have even tried to suppress her when she was looking for a job. It's all my fault. I admit my mistake. I want to personally apologize to her. She looked at Hijichu sincerely. Young Master He, although Nianji keeps saying that she doesn't recognize me as her biological mother, if I take the initiative to reconcile with her, she won't refuse, right? I know she's a good child who values relationships. Her words were full of emotion, and her motherly heart could be seen by the sun. Hijichu almost wavered, but when he thought of what had happened in the past few days, he scoffed and took a puff of his cigarette. He said, Dean Qin is really good at changing the topic and avoiding the important. Young Master He, what do you mean? I've already said that I can explain what happened 8 years ago. Are you still not satisfied? Qin Yao Guang looked at Hijichu in confusion. Didn't you make such a big fuss because Nianji left you in the past 8 years? Hijichu threw away the cigarette but in his hand and put his hands in the pockets of his military pants. He said coldly, it was only 8 years ago. Dean Qin, do you have short-term memory amnesia? If it was only 8 years ago, why would someone assassinate Wen Dio and his wife? If it was only 8 years ago, why would there be a strange car accident after we arrested you and the people in your lab? Not only did all the researchers in your lab burn to death, but even several of our soldiers died. Dean Qin, how do you plan to repay this blood debt? Hijichu bowed slightly and almost asked Qin Yao Guang. Qin Yao Guang subconsciously took a step back and frowned. What does this have to do with me? You mean I sent someone to assassinate Wen Dio and his wife? I instigated the car accident? Please show me the evidence. If you don't have evidence for such a serious accusation, I'll sue you for slander. Hijichu shrugged. I didn't say it was you. I was just asking a question. Was it you? Old Master Qin was terrified when he heard this. He quickly said, "Young Master I think our Yao Guang is clearly the victim of the two things you mentioned. Wasn't she in the convoy when the car accident happened? Who can say for sure about a car accident? If it was her car that hit, she would have died. What about the people who assassinated Wen Dao and his wife?" He Ji-Chu suddenly raised his head and looked at old Master Qin. He deliberately tricked them. That night, we invited them into the trap and caught the assassins who carried out the assassination mission. As for who sent them here, we'll find out very soon. Qin Yaoguang scoffed and said disdainfully, "Fine, let them accuse me in court. I've said it before. My words will only be said in court." This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1610, I Want to See Her. Remind everyone of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be a second update at 8:00 in the evening. P.S. I forgot to remind everyone that there are double monthly votes for the 3 days at the end of the month all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1623. You insist on going to court. He Ji-Chu took his hands out of the pockets of his military pants and placed them behind his back. He said indifferently, "Fine, I'll hand you over to the military court. I'll be able to grant your wish to go to court very soon." Qin Yaoguang was stunned for a moment and quickly asked, "What about Nianji? When will you arrange for her to meet me? She'll see you when you go to court." He Ji-Chu waved his hand and said to old Master Qin and Wen Shui, "Okay, your visiting time is over. Please go back. I'm going to send Dean Qin to the military court." Only then did Qin Yaoguang realize that she had been tricked by He Ji-Chu. She questioned him angrily, "What reason do you have to stop us from meeting? He Ji-Chu, don't forget, you're no longer Nianji's fiancé. You're a suspect now, so of course I have the right to decide who you can't see." He Ji-Chu didn't even bother to look at her. "Don't talk to me about the law if you're ignorant of it. When I was teaching law at the university, your lawyer was only my assistant." Wen Shui's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. She quickly gave Qin Yaoguang a look and said, "Auntie Qin, if you have anything to say, it's the same in court." Qin Yaoguang closed her eyes and sat back down dejectedly. She tilted her head and said stubbornly, "Then young master please tell Nianji that I've already apologized to her and told her not to be prejudiced against me. No matter what, I'm her only relative in this world. Everything I do is for her own good. For example, forcing her to undergo a memory stripping surgery. Or, do you want to use her body for experiments?" He Ji-Chu retorted Qin Yaoguang rudely. "If that's what's good for her, I think it's better for you to be the same as before and say that you don't treat her as your own daughter. At least you're consistent with your words and actions. You're forcing yourself to say things that you don't want to. Even I feel bad for you." Qin Yaoguang's mother-daughter relationship was shattered by He Ji-Chu's words. She was angry, anxious, embarrassed, and annoyed. The intense changes in her emotions even affected the changes in the pituitary gland. The biochip implanted in her brain to resist hypnosis was also strongly stimulated, causing her to have a severe headache. Qin Yaoguang's expression turned ugly. She covered her chest and endured it, but in the end, she couldn't hold it in. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Old Master Qin stared at this scene with his mouth agape. He leaned on his walking stick in horror and asked worriedly, "Yaoguang, are you okay? Why are you vomiting blood?" He straightened his back and smiled wryly at He Ji-Chu. As expected of lawyer Qin's biological son. She once made the defendant cry and plead guilty in court. "Your words angered my daughter so much that she vomited blood." This is really the case of the student surpassing the master. The corners of He Ji-Chu's lips curled up into a devilish smile. "Is that so? Then Dean Qin should be mentally prepared, because when you go to court, you will have to face Nianji, the famous lawyer. She is more eloquent than I am. By then, Dean Chin wouldn't just spit out blood from anger. It's possible that he'll die from anger in court. Wen Shuyi was very upset when she saw He Jichu praising Gu Nianji in front of Old Master Qin and Qin Yaoguang. Her eyes dimmed even more. She lowered her head and walked over to take out a tissue and handed it to Qin Yaoguang. "Auntie Qin, do you want to get a doctor to examine you?" Qin Yaoguang took the tissue and wiped her mouth. She shook her head and said, "No need, I know my body. This is caused by an emotional change that causes the pituitary gland to secrete too much. It has a rejection reaction with the biochip, causing the gastrointestinal mucosa to stimulate and cause the vomiting of blood." Wen Shuyi, He Jichu was a cautious person. Seeing that Qin Yaoguang was vomiting blood, he followed the procedure and called for a military doctor to examine her. The results were similar to Qin Yaoguang's own diagnosis, but they had to go through this procedure. Otherwise, if someone with ulterior motives used it in the future, it would be twisted into torture to extort a confession. After the military doctor's examination, there would be a medical record, a diagnosis, and a third-party witness. These proofs were more convincing than surveillance. Old Master Qin waited until the military doctor said that Qin Yaoguang was fine before leaving with Wen Shuyi. He Jichu directly sent Qin Yaoguang to the military court to be held in custody and waited for the day to appear in court. This trip was smooth. No one coveted their convoy anymore, and they quickly sent Qin Yaoguang to her destination. Because the people involved in this case were not ordinary people, they received special treatment in the military court. The next day, they received news that the case was scheduled for December 31st, the last day of the year. At the very most, there were only 2 days left until the court hearing. He Jichu personally called Gu Nianji to inform her of the date of the court hearing. Gu Nianji was very surprised. "So fast. It's actually the day before New Year's Day." He Jichu wore a Bluetooth headset and spoke to her as he signed the documents. "This is the earliest date that can be scheduled." He Jichu signed his name on the document in a flamboyant manner and smiled. "Don't you want to resolve it and have a good new year?" "It's no different to me." Gu Nianji lay on the sofa and threw a grape into her mouth. She shrugged and said, "She doesn't mean anything to me, so even if this case isn't resolved, I'll still have a happy new year." He Jichu stopped writing and thought about it for a moment before repeating Qin Yaoguang's words. "Nianji, Qin Yaoguang, I want to tell you that she apologizes to you." "Apologizes?" Gu Nianji almost choked on the grape. She quickly sat up and covered her neck while coughing a few times before swallowing the grape. She panted and said, "Young Master He, are you trying to scare me to death so that you can inherit my grapes?" He Jichu scoffed. "You're useless. You just said that Qin Yaoguang didn't affect you at all, and you're about to be slapped in the face." "I'm just surprised." Gu Nianji's perfectly shaped black jade eyes darted around and she smiled slyly. "Dean Qin actually apologized to me. Did you scare her silly? I don't have that much ability." He Jichu's lips twitched self-deprecatingly. "I locked her up for 46 hours, but she didn't say a word. She didn't eat or sleep. She has quite the endurance. She's that good." Gu Nianji smiled. Her plump lips curled up in a beautiful arc, and 2 small dimples appeared on the corners of her lips. As expected of an outstanding medical scientist and biologist, she was actually able to last 46 hours. What about the last 2 hours? What happened? Why did she apologize? That's why I said I don't have that much ability. He Jichu put down his pen and tapped his foot on the ground. He turned his chair back and faced the transparent floor-to-ceiling window. He sneered and said, "It's all thanks to Old Master Qin and Wen Shuyi. They visited Qin Yaoguang in the last 2 hours." "Oh. Then what did they say?" Gu Nianji asked with great interest. Nothing much. He Ji-chu looked at the floor-to-ceiling window with a half-smile, as if he could see Gu Nianji's current appearance. She must be looking at him with her big, black, and translucent eyes that were as big as a kitten's, he continued. In the end, the older the wiser. As soon as old Master Qin arrived, he advised her to quickly turn herself in and plead guilty. He even blamed her for treating you so badly and said that there was no overnight feud between mother and daughter. Gu Nianji felt unwell when she heard this. She quickly shouted, "Stop, stop. Who doesn't have an overnight feud with her? I have a blood feud with her. Tell her, don't think that she can get over it just by apologizing. I, Gu Nianji, am a vindictive person." He Ji-chu nodded. You can tell her that personally in court. After all, Qin Yaoguang also said that she would only say it in court. Ha, that impressive. Gu Nianji clenched her fists and waved them in the air. She said excitedly, I'll wait and see. This was today's second update, Chapter 1612, consistent in appearance, consistent in action. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1624. Gu Nianji perked up after receiving He Ji-chu's reminder. Don't worry, young master He. I'll do my best and try my best to make her lose the desire to live. He Ji-chu couldn't help but laugh. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes curved, and the cold aura around his body suddenly disappeared. He smiled gently and said, Okay, don't be soft-hearted. I'll back you up. With He Ji-chu's words, Gu Nianji became even bolder. She snapped her fingers and said, Then does young master He want to listen in? He Ji-chu nodded. Of course. I didn't go last time because I didn't want the One family to have the wrong idea. This time, I personally arrested Qin Yaoguang. Do you think I can't go? Gu Nianji suddenly understood and quickly nodded. I forgot about that. Young master He is also the main witness. 2 days passed in a flash, and soon, it was time for Gu Nianji to go to court. It wasn't her first time going to court, so she wasn't that nervous. She woke up in the morning and calmly finished her breakfast. She put on her professional, battle robe and carried her laptop bag and briefcase. She went downstairs and drove to the court-martial. The Imperial Capital's court-martial wasn't far from the Imperial Capital's Intermediate People's Court. They were both on the same street. When Gu Nianji arrived, she found that there were a lot of media outlets surrounding the place. Of course, the media couldn't enter, but they were all carrying all kinds of television and online broadcasting equipment. They were on the street opposite the court-martial and were aimed at the main gate. In order to maintain order, the court-martial sent out soldiers for the first time. They set up a temporary checkpoint at the street entrance that was like a highway toll booth. Only the plaintiff, the defendant, the lawyer, their family members, and those with special permission were allowed to enter. Gu Nianji stopped at the temporary checkpoint. As she showed her lawyer's license and court documents, she asked curiously, What's going on over there? Didn't the court-martial forbid spectators? The soldier checked her ID and returned it to her with a smile. He said, Those media outlets are very smart. They're squatting at the point set by the law. We can't seal off the entire road, can we? They're right across the street. It's not our court-martial's territory. Gu Nianji turned around and memorized the names of the media outlets. She checked their backgrounds while waiting to drive into the parking lot. The media all had their own capital backing them up. As expected, she casually checked a few media outlets that came over and found that these media outlets were mostly foreign, not domestic capital or government-led media outlets. Only these people, who had the spirit of being in the Han camp, would have the guts and motive to come to the military court to wait for Qin Yaoguang's trial. Gu Nianji snorted, started the car, and drove to the parking lot. After parking the car and coming out, he saw a large group of people surrounding an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion walking over. From the corner of her eye, Gu Nianji saw that these people were Old Master Qin and Wen Shui's group. She quickly turned around and pretended not to hear the people behind her calling her. She strode into the elevator and pressed the close button. Then he waved at a man who was rushing over and said, "See you in court." She wasn't afraid, but she didn't want to ruin her good mood before the trial. Gu Nianji, who was only 20 years old, didn't know how to deal with the feeling of being bound by familial ties. Gu Nianji took the elevator to the trial room of the military court. She passed through more stringent security checks before entering the courtroom. This was the first time she had come to the military court in this world, but judging from the layout, it was almost exactly the same as the military court in the other world where she had confronted by Genie. Her nervous mood instantly relaxed. It felt like she had returned to the other world. The power of habit was too terrifying. He Zhichu was already sitting in the courtroom. When he saw Gu Nianji enter, he waved at her. Gu Nianji quickly walked over and said with a smile, "Young Master He, you're here so early." He Zhichu nodded. "I just arrived too. My father will also be here to listen in later. There might be a lot of people, so don't be nervous." "Oh, I won't." Gu Nianji sat down next to him and glanced at everyone in the courtroom. There were already quite a few people sitting in the gallery behind the dock. Other than Old Master Qin and Wen Shui, who Gu Nianji knew, there were also a few men who looked like members of the Qin family, because their attitudes were different from those bowing and scraping followers. He Zhichu pointed them out to her. The man on Old Master Qin's right is Qin Yaoguang's eldest cousin. Look at him, he's not young anymore. He already has a grandson. The two young men next to Qin Yaoguang's eldest cousin are his sons, Qin Yaoguang's nephews and Old Master Qin's grandnephews. The others are all senior executives of the Qin family group. There are also lawyers, accountants, and private doctors. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. That's quite a group. They looked over, and the Qin family was also looking over at the plaintiff's stand. It was the first time Old Master Qin's two grandnephews had seen Gu Nianji, so they were a little curious about her. The two of them poked their father and asked in surprise, "Dad, that young lady over there who looks like Auntie, is she Auntie's daughter? Is she really going to sue Aunt for kidnapping her?" Old Master Qin's nephew glanced at Gu Nianji and nodded. He said snappily, "It's her. That's why the mother and daughter are fighting like this. How unfilial. If she were my daughter, I'd break her legs." Old Master Qin frowned and said, "Don't say that. Yaoguang is more at fault about the mother and daughter. So what if my cousin is at fault? As a mother, can't she educate her own child?" Qin Yaoguang's eldest cousin brother was quite supportive of her. "I think her daughter is even more at fault. My cousin was tricked by her own daughter this time." Old Master Qin sighed softly and shook his head. "Stop talking. The trial is about to start." When Shui stood up and said, "Old Master Qin, I'll go up first." She had to go to the defendant's stand and sit with Qin Yaoguang. Go. We'll see what Lawyer Wen can do later." Qin Yaoguang's eldest cousin quickly nodded at her. Lawyer Wen is a top student at Harvard Law School in the United States. She definitely won't disappoint us. Wen Shui smiled. "I'll do my best." Gu Nianji is also a very outstanding lawyer. I don't have much of an advantage. Lawyer Wen is too modest, isn't she? Qin Yaoguang's eldest cousin blinked. Being too modest is the same as being proud. When Shi stopped smiling and said very seriously, "I'm telling the truth. Not only did Gu Nianji inherit Auntie Qin's IQ, but she's also very talented in the law. I can only say that I'll do my best." Old Master Qin waved his hand and was a little dissatisfied. "We understand. You can go. It was a good thing to be cautious, but being cautious didn't mean that she would boost the morale of others and destroy her own prestige. In old Master Qin's opinion, Wen Shi's aura was already lower than Gunyanji's. If she couldn't even do it in one go, would there still be any hope of winning the case? Wen Shi sensed the change in old Master Qin's mood. She bit her lip and walked out with her laptop and briefcase. Qin Yaoguang was brought over by the military police of the court-martial. At a glance, she saw that her side was full of people. Not only had her father come, but her eldest cousin and his 2 sons had also come. She was very touched and turned around to wave at them. Then, she gracefully sat down behind the defendant's stand. Wen Shi sat next to her and whispered, "Auntie Qin, are you ready? Are you really not going to tell me what you're going to say in advance?" Qin Yaoguang glanced at her and said indifferently, "I told you, I'll only say it in court. Anyway, I'm done, so you can do as you see fit. Gu Nianji is younger than you, less experienced, and the school she went to isn't as good as yours. If you still can't beat her, then I've overestimated you all these years for nothing." She looked at Gu Nianji and scoffed disdainfully. There was only one person sitting alone in the gallery on Gu Nianji's side. It was He Zhichu, and it couldn't compare to the grand scene on her side. Wen Shi's eyes dimmed. She turned her head and said firmly in a low voice, "I can only do my best. A lawyer isn't omnipotent." She couldn't defend Qin Yaoguang no matter what she said later, could she? Qin Yaoguang refused to cooperate, so Wen Shi made up her mind to protect herself. It was more important to protect herself first, and then to defend Qin Yaoguang. Soon, the presiding judge brought 2 judges over and sat down in the courtroom. There were 2 court clerks in front of them who were in charge of paperwork. In the courtroom, the gavel rang, and the presiding judge said in a clear voice, "The trial of Gu Nianji's lawsuit against Qin Yaoguang for kidnapping a minor 8 years ago has officially begun." He was about to let the prosecution and defense make their statements when the door to the courtroom suddenly opened. A man hurried in and whispered a few words in his ear. The presiding judge quickly stood up and said, "All rise. We welcome General He Qingjian's guidance." All the people in the court were on their feet at once. The soldiers all gave a standard military salute. Those who weren't soldiers also stood straight and saluted. Gu Nianji had already known that He Qingjian would come to listen in. He Zhichu had told her. However, no one on Qin Yaoguang's side had known in advance. Now that she realized that He Qingjian was here, Qin Yaoguang was the first to be so moved that her entire body trembled. She covered her mouth with her hand and almost cried. Old Master Qin was slightly stunned. He looked at Qin Yaoguang's eldest cousin brother and was a little bewildered. What was He Qingjian doing here? Did he still have feelings for Qin Yaoguang, or was he here to support Gu Nianji? It was very important to know his position, but who could? Old Master Qin watched helplessly as He Qingjian strode in with a group of attendants and personal secretaries. He waved at the people in the courtroom and said amiably, "I'm just here to listen in. After all, it was a kidnapping case that happened in my family 8 years ago. My family is unfortunate, my family is unfortunate." As he spoke, he walked over to Gu Nianji and sat next to He Zhichu. The people He Qingjian had brought with him sat around them and quickly filled up Gu Nianji's side of the courtroom. The light in Qin Yaoguang's eyes quickly dimmed. She looked down at the table in front of her and took a deep breath. In the courtroom, the presiding judge announced the start of the trial again. He first extended his hand to Gu Nianji. The plaintiff, Gu Nianji, is also a lawyer. Please state the case. Gu Nianji stood up and bowed to the people in the courtroom. She then said calmly, "This is the second trial of this case today. The first trial was held in the Imperial Capital Intermediate People's Court. The He family's gardener, Wen Dayo, and Liang Meili were convicted. However, during the trial, an important piece of evidence for the kidnapping case was discovered. A note written by Gu Xiangwen was actually not written to the He family 8 years ago, but to Qin Yaguang and the people in her laboratory 14 years ago. Because of this, the case has been reversed. I applied to the court to sue Qin Yaguang and the people in her laboratory. After discussion, the court agreed to my request. Due to the security level of Qin Yaguang and her laboratory, the case was finally transferred to the military court for trial. The specific turning point of the case has been submitted. Today, I hope to be able to question Qin Yaguang face to face. Why did you set up a trap to kidnap me 8 years ago when I was 12 years old? You even framed my father, Gu Xiangwen. The presiding judge nodded and looked at the defendant's stand. The defendant, please answer the question. Generally speaking, the defendant's lawyer first had to answer the questions on behalf of his client. Wen Shi knew nothing about what Qin Yaguang wanted to say, but she had her own professionalism. Seeing that the presiding judge had turned the question to the defendant, she stood up and said unhurriedly, Your Honor, just a note alone cannot determine that my client is the main suspect in the kidnapping case back then. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1613, I've Got Your Back. A reminder to everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, especially the recommendation votes. There was a second update at 8 p.m. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1625. Gu Nianji looked straight ahead at the courtroom and didn't look in Wen Shi's direction. However, as soon as Wen Shi made a move, Gu Nianji knew that Wen Shi was indeed a strong opponent. It all depended on the entry point she was looking for. If Gu Nianji were in her shoes, she would argue the same way. Because they only had one note as evidence, and it was circumstantial evidence. This note confirmed that the kidnapping and disappearance 8 years ago had nothing to do with Gu Xiangwen, but it wasn't certain that it had something to do with Qin Yaguang. When they tried to investigate and collect evidence, all the laboratory staff were killed. This method was simple and crude. It was as if they were trying to expose themselves. However, this method was very effective because it cut off the entire chain of evidence at the root. Unless they could catch the mastermind behind the car accident and prove that the mastermind was directly related to Qin Yaguang, it would be very difficult for them to convict Qin Yaguang based on the note alone. Even though Gu Nianji knew that old Master Qin had personally gone to see Qin Yaguang 2 days ago and asked her to plead guilty, when it came to court, it was about evidence and logic. You weren't guilty just because you said you were guilty. You weren't guilty just because you said you weren't guilty. Gu Nianji's mind churned with the entry point she had been pondering over for the past 2 days. She sighed softly and a faint smile appeared on her face. As when she spoke, she glanced at Gu Nianji and saw a smile appear on Gu Nianji's pretty face. She paused before continuing, so I want to plead my client's innocence. Qin Yaguang's eyelids twitched. She quickly glanced at Wen Shi and secretly curled the corners of her lips. She really hadn't doted on this child for nothing. Qin Yaguang's heart calmed down. She couldn't help glancing at the gallery behind Gu Nianji. He Qingjian and He Zhichu were sitting in the gallery behind her. Their postures were straight, and they were sitting in the standard military posture. The father and son looked very similar. He Zhichu had inherited his father's good looks. Looking at him was like looking at He Qingjian when he was young. Qin Yaguang sighed in her heart. She looked away and looked at Gu Nianji, who was in the plaintiff's seat. She was tall, slender, and graceful. Her face was pretty, and her big black eyes were sparkling like bright pearls. She was the first bud of a strange flower. He really was different from when he was fat and short when he was young. While Qin Yaguang was lost in her thoughts, the presiding judge in the courtroom began to speak. He looked at Gu Nianji. Plaintiff's lawyer, do you agree with the defendant's lawyer? Gu Nianji stood up and stopped smiling. She said sternly, I disagree. When Shi nodded and said calmly, Lawyer Gu, please don't be emotional. You and my client are biological mother and daughter. The two of you haven't seen each other for many years, and there's a barrier between the two of you. This is a problem that can be solved. But just based on a guess, you sued your own mother and made so many people follow you around. It's a waste of society's resources. Gu Nianji turned to look at her, and a trace of mockery flashed in her eyes. She looked down and said calmly, I'm your client's biological mother and daughter. What does that have to do with me suing her? Or do you think that parents have the power to kill their children? If parents want their children to die, their children have no choice but to die, and the parents don't have to bear any legal responsibility. If parents directly cause the death of their children, of course they have to bear legal responsibility. But the problem is, do you have evidence to prove that my client was responsible for the kidnapping and disappearance back then? When Shi laughed, she suddenly felt that she had overestimated Gu Nianji. It was obvious that the other party was powerless in front of her. Gu Nianji took a deep breath and clenched her hands into fists. She walked out of her plaintiff's stand and stood in front of the defendant's stand. She faced Qin Yaoguang, who was sitting with a smile, and asked calmly, Miss Qin Yaoguang, may I ask if this note was written by Gu Xiangwen to you 14 years ago? She was still holding the only piece of evidence, the note written by Gu Xiangwen. You don't have to look for it anymore. I've taken my daughter away. Qin Yaoguang nodded. It was written by Gu Xiangwen to my laboratory staff 14 years ago. This had already been confirmed in the last trial of the Intermediate People's Court. That was why the Intermediate People's Court had issued an arrest warrant and the military had taken over to take Qin Yaoguang and her laboratory staff away to assist in the investigation. Gu Nianji placed a copy of the note on the defendant's stand in front of Qin Yaoguang. She leaned forward and asked with a smile. May I ask why my father wrote this note 14 years ago? Qin Yaoguang raised her eyelids and smiled. She raised her chin at the plaintiff's stand behind her and said, because your father wanted to take you away from me and send you to the He family. Really? If I was by your side, why would my father write a note to your laboratory? Why didn't he write it to you directly? Gu Nianji tilted her head and smiled, but her eyes were abnormally cold as she looked at Qin Yaoguang with immense pressure. Qin Yaoguang was stunned. She hadn't expected Gu Nianji to ask this question herself. When Shi saw that the situation wasn't looking good and immediately said, objection. The question asked by the plaintiff's lawyer has nothing to do with this case. Your Honor, my question is directly related to this case. I'll prove it to you right away. Gu Nianji quickly turned around to refute Wen Shi. The presiding judge raised his hand. Objection overruled, but the plaintiff, please get to the point as soon as possible. Gu Nianji was very grateful. Thank you, Your Honor. She turned to look at Qin Yaoguang. You just said that I was living by your side at the time, so why wasn't my father writing the note to you, but to the people in your laboratory? Qin Yaoguang was interrogated by Gu Nianji. She quickly glanced at the defendant's gallery and happened to meet Old Master Qin's gaze. Gu Nianji had been watching her movements the whole time. She turned her head to look at Old Master Qin and smiled. What's wrong? Dean Qin doesn't know how to answer this question. Do you have to ask your chairman, Old Master Qin? Could it be that Old Master Qin is also an insider? This accusation was a little too much. Old Master Qin was so angry that his face turned red. He said repeatedly, preposterous. Preposterous. When Shi quickly stood up and said, objection. The plaintiff continuously testifies against unrelated bystanders without any evidence. It's a violation of a lawyer's ethics. The presiding judge nodded. Objection sustained. Plaintiff, please pay attention to your words. Gu Nianji had said it on purpose because she knew that the person who put the most pressure on Qin Yaoguang was Old Master Qin. Since Qin Yaoguang listened to Old Master Qin in everything, and Old Master Qin had persuaded Qin Yaoguang to plead guilty 2 days ago, it would be a waste not to use this as an entry point. Under Gu Nianji's aggressiveness, Qin Yaoguang gritted her teeth and looked straight into Gu Nianji's eyes. Do you really want to know? Of course. Gu Nianji leaned against the defendant's table and knocked on the table with one hand. She smiled faintly and said, Lawyer Wen just said that this note alone wasn't enough to prove that you had something to do with the case back then. I'm proving that this note alone can prove that you had something to do with the case back then. If it doesn't matter, then please answer me. Why did my father, Gu Xiangwen, write a note to your lab and say that he wanted to take me away from you? Qin Yaoguang's breathing gradually became unstable. She glared at Gu Nianji. She hadn't expected her to take the initiative to bring up what happened back then. Had she really lost her memory, or had she recovered it? After looking at her for a long time, Qin Yaoguang gritted her teeth and said, Because I was busy with work and lived in the lab all day long, so you followed me in the lab. Gu Nianji looked at her meaningfully. Is that so? That means you used the lab as a nursery. You let me play in your lab. You put a child who wasn't even 6 years old in your biomedical lab. Did you ever think about the child's safety? Qin Yaoguang said with a fake smile, You're thinking too much. Don't you remember? My lab is monitored 24 hours a day. It's very safe, 24 hours a day. How tight could the surveillance be 14 years ago? Gu Nianji shook her head with a chuckle. I don't believe it. It's the truth. You have to believe it. Qin Yaoguang pursed her lips. Our lab has always been doing sophisticated experiments. In order to observe the progress of the experiments, it has always been monitored 24 hours a day, and it has been synchronized with cloud storage. How could it not be safe? How could it not be tight? Oh, so that means there was synchronized cloud storage technology 14 years ago? Gu Nianji asked casually. Qin Yaoguang laughed and said softly, Of course, our technology here is very advanced. Gu Nianji instantly understood what she meant, but she didn't answer. She changed the topic. Then this note was actually written for you, not for the people in your lab, right? Because you've already admitted that you were the one who took care of the child at the time, but you put the child in your workplace. Qin Yaoguang hesitated for a moment, feeling that something was wrong. Defendant, please answer yes or no. Qin Yaoguang had no choice but to reluctantly answer, yes. Then this note has always been in your hands? Gu Nianji asked again. Qin Yaoguang shook her head again and denied it. No. I casually put this note on the lab table after I read it. I don't know where it went after that. Really? You actually casually put such an important thing on the lab table? Gu Nianji looked surprised. What's so important about that? Qin Yaoguang couldn't help rolling her eyes. Who would take something written by a lunatic seriously? Besides, he's your father. What can I do if he wants to take you away? Can I still object? Wen Shi smiled victoriously. Lawyer Gu, the situation is already very obvious. Someone stole the note my client left on the lab table. After 6 years, they took it out and caused trouble again. It has nothing to do with my client. Gu Nianji immediately said, Really? Since the defendant's lawyer said that someone stole her client's things, I request that the surveillance of Qin Yaoguang's lab from 14 years ago be investigated. If someone really stole the note, as a lab with 24-hour uninterrupted surveillance and synchronized cloud storage, not only can we find out when the defendant put the note on the lab table, but we can also find out who stole the note that year. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1614, Overestimating Her. A reminder to everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, especially the recommendation votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1626. As long as we can find out who stole this note, we'll know who led the kidnapping 8 years ago. Gu Nianji looked at Qin Yaoguang meaningfully. But if we can't find out who stole the note in the surveillance footage, or if the surveillance footage suddenly disappeared, and there was a technical malfunction, then Dean Qin, you're lying. That means that the note wasn't lost at all. You were deliberately misleading others and shirking responsibility. Qin Yaoguang looked at Gu Nianji in disbelief. Her almond-shaped eyes widened into oranges. Was she really not afraid of her perfect genes and special physique being exposed? Or was it that the ignorant were fearless? Was it because Gu Nianji was still in a state of amnesia that she dared to challenge her to her face and ask her to take out the surveillance footage from that year? However, Qin Yaoguang really couldn't take out the surveillance footage from that time. This was because the surveillance footage from when Gu Nianji entered the laboratory at the age of 2 to when she was taken away by Gu Xiangwen and sent to the He family at the age of 6 had been completely deleted by Gu Xiangwen 14 years ago, including all the cloud storage. Not only had Gu Xiangwen physically deleted the footage from that time in her laboratory, but he had also completely erased all the experimental data related to it. In the next 14 years, no matter how powerful the computer hardware and software experts she had found, they had been unable to recover the data that he had erased. Otherwise, how could her experiments have made no progress for so many years? Qin Yaoguang lowered her head, and a hint of resentment flashed through her eyes. However, when she raised her head again, she had already returned to normal. She sneered and spread out her hands. You've already said everything. What else can I say? It's not a secret that our laboratory has surveillance footage. How could the person who stole the note be so stupid as to keep the surveillance footage as evidence against him? To tell you the truth, the person who stole the note 14 years ago hacked into our laboratory central control system and deleted the surveillance footage from 18 to 14 years ago. He didn't even let go of our experimental data. This period of time happened to be the important evidence from the 4 years when Gu Nianji was 2 years old to 6 years old. Gu Nianji actually knew about this a long time ago. Because when Lu Jin had acknowledged her and admitted that he was Gu Xiangwen, he had already told her the whole story. When he returned to the laboratory after leaving for 4 years and found out what Qin Yaoguang had done, he was furious, but he didn't dare to openly fall out with her because he was worried that Qin Yaoguang would go all out and expose Gu Nianji's perfect genes and special constitution to the public, making her the target of even more coveted people. Therefore, he only secretly warned Qin Yaoguang to physically delete all the relevant data from Qin Yaoguang's laboratory. Of course, this included the surveillance video of that period of time. Then, he sent Gu Nianji directly to the He residence. Because he knew that there was only one person in this world who could make Qin Yaoguang not dare to act rashly, and that was He Qingjian. Although the data and surveillance videos were good evidence, they were also double-edged swords. While accusing Qin Yaoguang, they would also hurt Gu Nianji. Lu Jin chose the lesser of two evils. He decided to delete all the data to the point where it could not be recovered. Only then would he be able to protect Gu Nianji to the greatest extent. Gu Nianji's heart warmed at the thought of Lu Jin's fatherly heart. This feeling of having someone to rely on no matter what she did had become her new belief and pillar of support. Gu Nianji looked at Qin Yaoguang with a smile and said casually, "Really? What a coincidence. Whatever evidence we were looking for, whatever evidence disappeared. The defendant, Qin Yaoguang, you know that if you can't produce evidence, everything you say will be like water without a source, a tree without a root. In other words, you're lying, and the court won't accept your story. Then, we're back to square one. May I ask why you led this scheme to kidnap me 8 years ago?" When Shi's eyes flickered, and she stood up calmly. "Objection. According to the principle of presumption of innocence, the prosecution bears the burden of proof to prove that a person is guilty if they tacitly agree that a person is innocent. Also, according to the principle of presumption of innocence, if the criminal suspect's criminal facts are unclear and the evidence is not conclusive and sufficient, then the criminal responsibility should not be pursued. The court should withdraw this improper prosecution. From the looks of it, the plaintiff, who is the prosecution, is unable to produce direct evidence to prove that the case 8 years ago was related to my client. All inferences are based on assumptions, so I ask the court to withdraw the charges against my client and for the plaintiff to bear all of my client's losses. These losses include, but are not limited to, loss of reputation, time costs, and compensation for the lives of all the staff in the client's laboratory. Gu Nianji, wait for my lawyer's letter. Prepare to go bankrupt. When Shi raised her head slightly, her snow-white round face shining with excitement. At that moment, all eyes in the courtroom were on her. Old Master Qin looked at her excitedly and rubbed his hands together in joy. He really hadn't expected Wen Shi to do better than he had expected. After all, if Qin Yaoguang could escape unscathed, that would be the best outcome for the Qin family. The courtroom was so quiet that even the air seemed to have stopped moving. He Zhichu clenched his fists and narrowed his almond-shaped eyes. He Qingjian was also a little surprised. He couldn't help looking at He Zhichu and then at Gu Nianji. He really wanted to say something. He Zhichu glanced at him and said calmly, "Don't be impatient. Nianji will fight back." But Wen Shi's words are flawless. Unless Gu Nianji can produce new direct evidence, otherwise. He Qingjian was very worried that Gu Nianji would fail this time. He Zhichu didn't say anything else. He looked at Gu Nianji intently and silently prayed for her in his heart. He believed in her. She would definitely find a way to fight back. Gu Nianji tilted her head and looked Wen Shi up and down. She smiled but didn't say anything. Her smile was so teasing that it made Wen Shi's hair stand on end. She couldn't help wondering if she had missed something important again. Because Gu Nianji's silence was even more creepy than her immediate rebuttal. The courtroom was gradually filled with tension as if a storm was brewing, like a bowstring slowly being pulled into a full moon in front of everyone. Just as the bowstring was about to be pulled to its limit, Gu Nianji burst out laughing. Her laughter was crisp and melodious, like a silver bottle breaking and pearls falling onto a jade plate. It swept away the tense atmosphere in the air. There's no direct evidence, so you're presuming innocence and presumption of innocence. Lawyer Wen, are you stupid in your eagerness to exonerate Qin Yaoguang? Gu Nianji slammed a piece of identification on the dock in front of Wen Shi. Lawyer Wen, open your dog eyes and look carefully. Wen Shi quickly lowered her head and saw that Gu Nianji had slapped a plaintiff's indictment in front of her. She blinked and didn't react for a moment. She subconsciously said, "This is your plaintiff's indictment. It's just to prove your identity as the plaintiff. You say this is direct evidence? You're the one who wants to sue your biological mother. Are you crazy?" When Wen Shi said, "plaintiff's indictment," the other people in the courtroom might not have reacted, but He Zhichu's lips curled up slightly, and a smile appeared on his cold face. He knew that Gu Nianji had indeed found the most powerful counterattack. Sure enough, Gu Nianji picked up the plaintiff's indictment again and showed it to everyone in the courtroom. She said calmly, "Lawyer Wen made it very clear just now. This is my plaintiff's indictment. It proves my identity as the plaintiff." What she didn't say is that this plaintiff's indictment can also be related to direct evidence. You don't understand. Gu Nianji glanced at where the Qin family was sitting and deliberately turned to face them. She asked Wen Shi, "Lawyer Wen, let me ask you, what is direct evidence?" "Lawyer Gu, you haven't even forgotten the basic legal knowledge you learned in university, have you?" Wen Shi asked playfully and even made a gesture. The so-called direct evidence refers to evidence that can independently and directly explain the main facts of the case. Gu Nianji smiled and asked again, then how many types of direct evidence are there legally? Wen Shi also smiled and said, it seems that Lawyer Gu is really forgetful. It's okay, I'll teach you another lesson. She continued, there are 5 types of direct evidence recognized by the law. The first type is the statement of the parties. As soon as she said this, Wen Shi suddenly froze. Her pupils constricted in an instant, and her expression immediately became very ugly. The smile on Gu Nianji's lips widened. Why aren't you continuing? Lawyer Wen. You only said 1 type. Wen Shi glared at Gu Nianji and pursed her lips tightly. She refused to say a word. She couldn't believe it at all. She had been on guard and was about to completely defeat Gu Nianji, but Gu Nianji had turned the tables on her. How could there be such a cunning person in the world? Qi Niaoguang was waiting anxiously at the side. She couldn't help tugging at the corner of Wen Shi's shirt and muttered, why aren't you saying anything? She doesn't have any direct evidence. Don't be fooled by her. Wen Shi's snow-white round face gradually turned red, like a persimmon in late autumn. There was no sweetness, only an infinite chill. Gu Nianji smiled at Qi Niaoguang and said amiably, if she doesn't say it, I will. There are 5 types of direct evidence recognized by the law. The first type is the statement of the parties. In criminal cases, it includes the statement of the criminal victim, the confession and defense of the criminal suspect and the defendant. The second type is the witness and his testimony that can prove the main facts of the case. The third type is the written evidence that can prove the main facts of the case. For example, the small note you used to frame me. The fourth type is the audio-visual material that can prove the main facts of the case, such as the surveillance video that has been deleted. The fifth type is the physical evidence that can directly prove that a criminal act was committed under certain circumstances. Physical evidence generally can't be used as direct evidence, but in a few specific circumstances, it can also be used as direct evidence. Gu Nianji leaned forward and pointed at herself. A very obvious trace of mockery and sarcasm flashed in her big eyes. According to the first direct evidence recognized by the law, I am the criminal victim in this case. My statement is the most powerful first direct evidence. I can testify that I saw Wen Dao and his wife hand me over to Qi Niaoguang with my own eyes. Lawyer Wen, Defendant Qi Niaoguang, I'm standing in front of you, and you can actually ignore me. You keep saying that there's no direct evidence, so there's only presumption of innocence and presumption of innocence. In your eyes, I'm not a person, and I don't have the legal qualifications and qualifications of a normal person, right? Gu Nianji's mocking and contemptuous expression was very much like a person's. That person was Qi Niaoguang's lifelong psychological shadow. She was so angry that she lost her mind. She had thought that she could completely get away with it and teach Gu Nianji a lesson. She turned around and found that she had fallen into a pit again. Moreover, because of Gu Nianji's nonsense, she might be convicted and everything she had was destroyed. Under such a double stimulation, Qi Niaoguang felt a sharp pain in her brain. She couldn't control her anger. She covered the left side of her head with one hand and glared at Gu Nianji. She pointed at her and said angrily, "Who do you think you are? You, shut up." Old Master Qin saw that the situation was not good and immediately stood up from the gallery. Tears rolled down his old face. "Yaoguang, now that things have come to this, don't resist anymore. You've confessed. 8 years ago, you made a mistake. There was a reason for that. Don't add to your mistakes. You'd better confess to the court and be lenient." This was today's first update, Chapter 1615, The Most Powerful Counterattack. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There was a second update at 8 p.m. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1627. In the courtroom, the presiding judge immediately frowned, knocked with the gavel, and said solemnly, "Family members, please do not disturb the order of the court trial." A few military police officers immediately walked over and gestured for Old Master Chin to leave. Old Master Chin burst into tears. Supported by his nephew, he left the auditorium. As he walked past Gu Nianji, Old Master Chin choked out, "Nianji, I know it was your mother's fault. I apologize on her behalf. We'll let you vent your anger. When the case is over, grandfather will take you to the Chin family for a few days." Gu Nianji frowned slightly and said, "Old Mr. Chin, this is a lawsuit in court. The court sentencing depends on evidence and logic. Please don't say such things in court. This is humiliating us legal practitioners and obstructing justice. Besides, I don't have a mother or a grandfather. Please leave the court quickly and don't disturb the order of the court." Old Master Chin was embarrassed and murmured, "Hey, you child." He couldn't say anything more. He shook his head and helped his nephew out of the courtroom. Qin Yaoguang saw with her own eyes that her old father had been publicly slapped in the face by Gu Nianji because of her. Her eyes turned red from the pain. Her gaze involuntarily drifted to where Qin Jian was sitting, but she saw that he didn't even look at her. His gaze was completely glued to Gu Nianji. He was so focused and lost in thought that it was as if he wasn't looking at Gu Nianji at all. Instead, he was looking at someone else through Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji looked so much like her, but the way she acted in court reminded people of someone else. This realization was like a bucket of cold water being poured over her head on a snowy day. Qin Yaoguang was completely awakened. She wiped her face with the back of her hand and lowered her head in silence. Gu Nianji watched coldly as the family left the courtroom. She turned to look at the bench and enunciated each word clearly. 8 years ago, it was Qin Yaoguang who instructed Wen Dao and his wife to kidnap me and bring me to her. She even asked someone to send me to the airport in an attempt to smuggle me out of the country. Of course, Lu Jin had told her all of this. He had intercepted Qin Yaoguang and used the opportunity of Qin Yaoguang's attempt to smuggle Gu Nianji out of the country to take her away from the airport. Qin Yaoguang's heart trembled. Did Gu Nianji remember everything? She had never performed a memory removal surgery on Gu Nianji, but she had always thought that Gu Nianji had lost her memory because Gu Xiangwen had hypnotized her and erased her memories of the past 12 years. Now, it seemed that neither was true. Gu Nianji had gone to the other world and lost her memory not because of the memory-stripping surgery, nor because Gu Xiangwen had hypnotized her. This was because the memory loss caused by these two methods was irreversible. Qin Yaoguang concluded that Gu Nianji's previous memory loss was only because she was young when she went to the other world, and her brain was immature. Therefore, the collision of the high-energy magnetic field caused a temporary total memory loss. She had no idea that Gu Nianji's memory hadn't recovered at all. Everything she knew didn't come from her memories, but from Lu Jin. Gu Nianji had used this bit of information to force Qin Yaoguang to make a choice. Should she admit that she was the mastermind behind the kidnapping of Gu Nianji 8 years ago, or should she admit that she was the evil scientist who used Gu Nianji as an experiment and abused her for 4 years? No matter which choice she made, Qin Yaoguang was going to jail for sure. Gu Nianji's only goal in this trial was to put Qin Yaoguang in jail. Qin Yaoguang took a deep breath and turned to look at her lawyer, Wen Shui. She saw that her lips were tightly pursed and her gaze was unfocused. She didn't know what she was thinking, but she became more and more frustrated. Why was she so useless? She had thought that she had won the lawsuit, but in the end, Gu Nianji had turned the tables midway. She was also useless. In the courtroom, the presiding judge asked Qin Yaoguang in a serious voice, "Defendant, is what the plaintiff said true?" When Shi came back to her senses and quickly said, "Mr. Presiding Judge, my client," Qin Yaoguang's face was cold. She raised her head and interrupted Wen Shui. She said calmly, "Yes, what Gu Nianji said is true. The courtroom was in an uproar. Was she admitting guilt? Gu Nianji glanced at her face, but she couldn't see any expression. Qin Yaoguang's expression could only be described as numb. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. You're suddenly changing your mind again. Defendant Qin Yaoguang, which of your words should I believe is true and which of your words are false? The presiding judge also said, Defendant, please state your motive. Why did you kidnap your own daughter and frame Gu Xiangwen? Just admitting guilt wasn't enough. She also needed evidence and motive to convict. Qin Yaoguang lowered her gaze and stared at the table in front of her. She said with a wooden face, I did all this for one person. For who? Gu Nianji pressed on. Where is this person? Qin Yaoguang raised her head and quickly glanced in He Qingjin's direction. She gritted her teeth and closed her eyes. For He Qingjin. Ha! There was an uproar in the courtroom. He Qingjin's personal secretary and entourage were stunned. What kind of operation was this? Could it be that there was more to this case? This woman really dared to say that General He was involved. He Qingjin also frowned and was a little angry. He could swear to God that he had never instructed Qin Yaoguang to do such a thing. He Zhichu leaned close to his ear and whispered, Dad, did you see that? When a woman goes crazy, she's really unreasonable. Maybe we're all wrong. The real lunatic is someone else. The corners of He Qingjin's eyes twitched uncontrollably. What do you mean? Nothing. He Zhichu pursed his lips and continued to listen to the interrogation. Gu Nianji quickly followed up. She also frowned and said, Defendant Qin Yaoguang, please make yourself clear. What do you mean it's for He Qingjin? You're saying that General He Qingjin was the mastermind behind this. He asked you to kidnap me so that he could chase me out of the He family. He Qingjin only frowned when he heard this. He gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. What kind of reasoning is this? If I wanted to chase her out of the He family, would I have gone through so much trouble to bring her back? He Zhichu shrugged his shoulders lightly, and a faint smile appeared in his sparkling almond-shaped eyes. Qin Yaoguang shook her head and denied it directly. No, General He Qingjin didn't ask me to do it. I did it for him. You mean you took the initiative to do this for He Qingjin? Gu Nianji was even more confused. Then you still say that this matter has something to do with General He Qingjin. Because he wanted to chase me away, you took the initiative to help him solve his problems. Qin Yaoguang closed her eyes and was a little impatient. She shook her head and said, There's really something wrong with your ability to understand. When I say it's for him, you can distort it and say that he's the mastermind. This isn't distortion. This is a reasonable inference. Gu Nianji had always been very patient in court. You kidnapped me and took me away from the He family. Then you said it was for General He Qingjin, so the direct inference is that He Qingjin wanted me to leave the He family, so you helped him fulfill his wish. Qin Yaoguang didn't expect to be able to explain it like this. She quickly glanced at He Qingjin again. Seeing that he still wasn't looking at her, she felt even more frustrated. Pursing her lips and puffing her cheeks, Qin Yaoguang made up her mind and said directly, Lawyer Gu, you're too narcissistic. Was it because of you that I kidnapped you for General He Qingjin? You're actually just bait. I kidnapped you to lure out Gu Xiangwen, who has been hiding. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She thought to herself that this was an angle she had never thought of before. Gu Nianji perked up and immediately pulled the wool over her eyes. Oh. You kidnapped me to lure out Gu Xiangwen, who was hiding. Why? How did you know that Gu Xiangwen would find out that you were going to kidnap me? Qin Yaoguang pointed at the left side of her brain. Do you know why I installed an anti-hypnosis biochip in my brain? It's because I know that Gu Xiangwen has never given up on me and has been spying on me in secret. He knows everything I do. Actually, Qin Yaoguang only realized all of this after Gu Xiangwen had intercepted Gu Nianji. Only then did she realize that even though Gu Xiangwen was on the run, he had been spying on her. But in court, she said the opposite of everything, and it actually made sense. Gu Nianji almost laughed when she heard this. Gu Xiangwen hasn't given up on you. Yes, otherwise why would he keep spying on me? Qin Yaoguang said righteously. But I don't like it. I told him a long time ago that I only liked one person from the beginning to the end, and that was my ex-fiancé and ex-husband, General He Qingjian. Gu Xiangwen isn't even worthy of carrying General He's shoes. Shut up. Aren't you embarrassed to say such things in court? Gu Nianji was finally angered and interrupted her sternly. What part of you is worthy of my father, Gu Xiangwen, liking? You're not as good as him academically, your IQ is not as good as his, and even your EQ is not as good as his. Yet you're in the same line as him. Do you know what it means to be in the same line as an enemy? How did you imagine that someone else liked you? Of course you won't admit it. Qin Yaoguang was in a good mood when she saw that Gu Nianji was angry. She looked at He Qingjin affectionately and realized that he was finally looking at her. The smile on her face widened. But whether you admit it or not, it's the truth. I made use of this and used you as bait to lure Gu Xiangwen out. Everyone saw what happened after that. Gu Xiangwen really appeared and burned himself to death in front of everyone. She turned to look at He Qingjian and said very sincerely, Qingjian, I know what's bothering you. You want to capture Gu Xiangwen to pay for your wife's life. I know I shouldn't have used such a method to lure him out, but as long as I can help you get revenge, I'm willing to do anything for you. Gu Nianji was so angry that she laughed. Qin Yaoguang, you're the true love saint. In order to avenge a man who doesn't love you, you're actually willing to take the risk. But I want to ask, why did General He Qingjian want Gu Xiangwen to pay for his wife's life? This is today's second update, Chapter 1616, True Love Saint. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1628. Qin Yaoguang wasn't in a hurry to answer. Her full and plump lips curved like a water chestnut as she said slowly, why did General He Qingjin capture Gu Xiangwen to pay for his wife's life? Is that important? Of course it's important. Gu Nianji was a little nervous, and her palms were sweaty. She quietly put her hands behind her back. Because this can prove whether your motives are reasonable. Qin Yaoguang rolled her eyes and scoffed. You still need to prove whether this is reasonable? You can understand it with your knees. First of all, after General He Qingjian's wife died, Gu Xiangwen was wanted nationwide because he was the last person to see her. And after Gu Xiangwen was wanted, he chose to hide instead of coming out to deny it. Isn't this fleeing to avoid punishment? Qin Yaoguang spoke resolutely and decisively, her voice powerful and resonating. Her gaze was like a lingering silk thread as she circled around He Qingjian. He Qingjin's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. His fingers were clenched into fists, and he used all his self-control, but he couldn't suppress the grief and regret in his heart. He Zhichu sighed softly. He reached out and gently held He Qingjin's hand. Feeling his son's comfort and support, He Qingjian's tumbling emotions calmed down. He raised his head, his arrogant face cold and fierce. Gu Nianji's heart trembled. Many clues that she had vaguely felt were problematic before were now clearly placed in front of her. Although she was sure that this wasn't Qin Yaoguang's real reason, it had opened a new curtain for her and allowed her to touch upon something that she had never been able to touch before. She couldn't help looking at He Zhichu and He Qingjian, who were sitting silently in the gallery. No wonder He Zhichu and He Qingjian were so angry at the mention of Gu Xiangwen, no wonder they had such a deep prejudice against him. No wonder Gu Xiangwen had been hiding his identity. He had even used the fire to burn himself to make himself look ordinary. He had even given himself the nickname Lu Jin. Was it because the name Gu Xiangwen had to bear too much of a burden? At that moment, Gu Nianji really wanted to return to Lu Jin's side and tell him sincerely that no matter what the truth was, she would bear it with him. If you want to reach the peak, you must endure the pain. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear the weight. Running away doesn't solve anything. Gu Nianji thought so much, but it only took the blink of an eye. Her mind raced as she quickly refuted Qin Yaoguang, wrong. Based on what you said, even if Gu Xiangwen was the last person to see General He Qingjin's wife, Qin Suwen, it doesn't prove that he was directly related to her death. If I remember correctly, General He Qingjin's wife wasn't murdered, so why would there be a warrant for Gu Xiangwen? Is this arrest warrant legal? Gu Nianji turned around and looked directly at General He Qingjian and Major General He Zhichu in the gallery. She was about to question them when Shuyi stood up again and said weakly, "Objection. Gu Xiangwen's arrest warrant and the death of General He Qingjin's wife, Qin Suwen, had nothing to do with this case. Counsel for the plaintiff, please do not stray from the main point." The presiding judge hurriedly knocked with his gavel and said, "Objection sustained. Gu Xiangwen's arrest warrant and Qin Suwen's death were two separate cases that had nothing to do with this case. Counsel for the plaintiff, do you have anything else to say?" Gu Nianji looked away and quickly glanced at Qin Yaoguang. She saw that she still had a stiff and numb expression on her face. Who was she putting on an expression of, "Nothing is more sorrowful than a dead heart" for? Gu Nianji spat at her in her heart. "Your Honor, I think there's still room for discussion about the motive of the defendant, Qin Yaoguang." Gu Nianji spoke frankly. She previously said that she kidnapped me to lure Gu Xiangwen out, but in fact, I remember that she ordered someone to take me to the airport with the intention of smuggling me out of the country. May I ask if it was just to lure Gu Xiangwen out, was it necessary to smuggle me out of the country? Gu Xiangwen was in the country at that time, not abroad. When Shi's eyes flashed, and she immediately asked, "Lawyer Gu, how do you know that Gu Xiangwen was in the country at that time and not abroad? Did he tell you in your dreams?" How could Gu Nianji be tricked by her? The corners of her mouth twitched disdainfully, and she said mockingly, "Lawyer Wen, aren't you too forgetful? If you don't believe me, but your client, Qin Yaoguang, personally said that she lured Gu Xiangwen out, and Gu Xiangwen intercepted her at the airport and took me away. Later, he even burned himself to death in front of everyone. The place where he burned himself was at a downtown intersection in Sea City. Doesn't that prove that he was in the country at that time?" When Shi was speechless by Gu Nianji. She opened her mouth and racked her brains for a moment before saying, "My client has already pleaded guilty. According to our country's legal policy, if there are circumstances where she confesses, she will be dealt with leniently. I ask the court." "I object." Gu Nianji immediately interrupted Wen Shi and said calmly, "Qin Yaoguang only pleaded guilty to kidnapping, but her motive is still a mystery. I have reason to believe that she was trying to admit to a lesser charge to cover up a bigger conspiracy. I ask the court not to close the case so easily. Give me some time, and I will find more evidence. I'm doing this for Brother He." Qin Yaoguang suddenly stood up with her hands on the table of the dock. Her face was flushed, and her plump lips were trembling. She said hoarsely, "I've only loved one person in my life, but he doesn't love me, but I can still live and die for him." When Shi quickly patted her back to comfort her, then pleaded with the court, "Your Honor, I'm sorry, my client is a little agitated." Then, she quickly began her closing statement, "Your Honor, all the guests and friends in the courtroom, my client, Miss Qin Yaoguang, has had a smooth life. She has only experienced ups and downs in her relationship, but she has not given up on herself. Instead, she has turned her feelings into great love and devoted them to scientific research and medical career. In the past 30 years of research, Ms. Qin Yaoguang has made a total of 43 important breakthroughs. She has proposed the concept of gene editing and made a research discovery that can win the Nobel Prize. I believe that she set up a trap to kidnap her own daughter, Gu Nianji, 8 years ago, just for a relationship that she couldn't get. There's no doubt that my client, Ms. Qin Yaoguang, also has shortcomings and has done something wrong. This is because she has always been a person who lacks love. Nearly 40 years of bitter love has put a heavy mental pressure on her. Everything she has done has been for the sake of love. I hope the court can consider all the factors and carefully sentence her. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, all the guests and friends. After when she finished speaking, she helped Qin Yaoguang, who had calmed down, sit down. Gu Nianji tried her best to control her anger. Her pretty little face was as dazzling as the red clouds on the horizon. Her eyes sparkled as she enunciated each word clearly. So what if you lack love? Has the lack of love become a lunatic? Just because you lack love, you can commit a crime and be dealt with according to the circumstances. I'm still short of money. I didn't rob a bank. So if she's wrong, she's wrong. Don't give her a reason to expand. If she commits a crime, she has to be punished by the law. I don't want to know what kind of suffering your client has gone through, and I don't want to hear it either. I just want her to get the punishment she deserves. Gu Nianji turned to look at the presiding judge and requested again, so I asked the presiding judge to carefully consider the complexity and seriousness of this case and postpone the retrial. He Zhichu stood up at this moment and nodded at the judge in a handsome manner. He said, as an important witness in this case and the person who reported the case back then, I agree to Lawyer Gu's request. This case has been pushed to the level of a serious criminal case because the defendant's new motive for kidnapping is related to the murder case of my mother's sudden death. Whether it's a conviction or a punishment, it's far from the point of closing the case. He Zhichu's words completely changed the nature of the case. The presiding judge nodded. We'll adjourn for 15 minutes to discuss. As he spoke, the presiding judge and the two judges left the courtroom again and went to the conference room next door to discuss the progress of the case. They also had doubts about Qin Yaoguang's motive. Just as Gu Nianji had said, if it was just to lure Gu Xiangwen out, then they should have informed the He family immediately after Gu Xiangwen took Gu Nianji away, but they didn't. It could be said that this motive had been hidden for 8 years. It was only when it was revealed that the note wasn't left by Gu Xiangwen to the He family 8 years ago, but was written by Gu Xiangwen to Qin Yaoguang 14 years ago that the entire case was flipped. Qin Yaoguang's new motive under such circumstances was very touching, but it was illogical. The court needed direct evidence, indirect evidence, and logical connections to support each other in order to form a complete chain of evidence. This chain of evidence had once pointed directly at Gu Xiangwen. However, after Gu Nianji pointed out that the direct evidence on the note was wrong, the entire chain of evidence was broken and reorganized. I agree with the plaintiff's lawyer and the witness, He Zhichu, one of the judges said seriously. Moreover, this case involves the truth of Qin Suwen's death. I think we can postpone the retrial. Another judge agreed, but he also had concerns. But I'm afraid the Qin family won't let this go. The defendant, Qin Yaoguang, is a person of high social status, and it involves her personal relationship with General He Qingjin. The presiding judge pondered for a long time and made a decision. Then we'll postpone the retrial and wait for the plaintiff to present more evidence. If the Qin family and General He Qingjin blame us, I'll take responsibility. The three of them made up their minds and quickly returned to the courtroom. The presiding judge knocked on the gavel and announced, because the defendant's new motive doesn't match the logic of the direct and indirect evidence, the trial will be adjourned temporarily until the plaintiff presents more evidence. At the same time, he announced, the defendant, Qin Yaoguang, has been convicted of kidnapping. She will be temporarily detained in the military prison's independent cell pending a retrial. Qin Yaoguang raised her head abruptly and looked at the presiding judge in disbelief. She then turned to look at He Qingjin. The presiding judge had already walked down from the bench and was smiling as he shook hands with Gu Nianji. As for He Qingjin's face was already dark. He didn't even look at her as he strode out of the courtroom surrounded by everyone. Qin Yaoguang collapsed into her seat, and the last trace of light in her eyes disappeared bit by bit. A few military police officers walked over and took her to the military prison's independent cell to be locked up. Wen Shuyi deliberately followed her. After making sure that she was staying there, she left the heavily guarded military prison. When she came out of the military prison, she saw that the sky was already full of sunset in the west. The last evening of the solar year had quietly arrived. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 16-17, Lifting the New Curtain. Remind everyone of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. There was a second update at 8:00 in the evening. Kiss me, little angels. Chapter 16-29. Gu Nianji didn't care if Qin Yaoguang was comfortable or not. It was a prison anyway. Did she think it was a 5-star hotel? Moreover, Qin Yaoguang was temporarily being held in a heavily guarded military prison, so Gu Nianji wasn't worried that someone would tamper with her. If even the military prison couldn't keep an eye on Qin Yaoguang, Gu Nianji really felt that the He family should go to hell. Therefore, she left the courtroom at ease and went straight to the parking lot to get her car. When she arrived at the parking lot, she saw He Zhichu sitting upright in his military uniform in front of her car, waiting for her. His long legs were stretched out in front of him, and he crossed his arms. His sparkling almond-shaped eyes quietly watched her approach, then he bent slightly and said calmly, "It's New Year's Eve today. Where are you going to play? I'll accompany you." Gu Nianji took out the key and opened the car door remotely. She smiled and said, "No need, I'm not going anywhere. I'm too tired today. I want to have a good rest at home alone." "Really?" He Zhichu stood up straight and looked at her attentively for a while. She had indeed been very tired these past few days. When she came out of the courtroom, her cheeks were unusually flushed. The lipstick had already faded, and her lips looked soft and pale. Her bright eyes were a little tired, and even the rare dark circles under her eyes had appeared. He Zhichu rubbed her head with a pained expression. "Okay, go back and have a good rest. Get some sleep. Tomorrow is New Year's." Gu Nianji nodded and opened the car door to get in. She asked with a smile, "What about you, young Master He? It's New Year's Eve, and it's a good opportunity to party." He Zhichu smiled and grunted. "I have a show tonight. I'm going to a party with a group of childhood friends. We'll count down the time together." Gu Nianji snapped her fingers at him in satisfaction. "Bingo! I'm happy to see you happy, young Master He. Have fun tonight. I'll wish you a Happy New Year tomorrow." "Happy New Year." He Zhichu waved at her and watched her drive away. After Gu Nianji's car drove away, the smile on He Zhichu's face faded. He touched his face and felt that his cheeks were sore. It wasn't easy to maintain a smile all the time. He got into his car and received a call from a few friends. He confirmed his itinerary for the night with a half-smile. "Yes, no problem. We will definitely be there. Prepare some red wine. Let's have a good time today." Gu Nianji pushed open her door. As expected, Lu Jin and Lu Yuan looked up from the sofa and looked at her with concern. Gu Nianji felt her exhaustion disappear. She threw her laptop and briefcase onto the sofa and rushed to the fridge in the kitchen to grab a can of iced milk. She drank half the bottle in one gulp. "Nianji, how can you drink iced milk on such a cold day?" Lu Jin quickly followed her in. I'll heat up a bottle of milk for you. Gu Nianji made a face. Dad, my heart is burning. You didn't see how I fought against Qin Yaoguang in court. I'm all ears, Lu Jin said with a smile. His expression was calm, but in fact, he was very worried. Gu Nianji returned to the living room with a smile and vividly recounted everything that had happened in court that day. She became a drama queen and played many roles, vividly acting out the entire trial situation today. Lu Jin was intoxicated and very engrossed in the proceedings. He was a very qualified spectator as he watched the proceedings unfold in court. Lu Yuan was a little better than Lu Jin, but he was also attracted. When he knew that the case had not been completely closed and that they still had to wait for new evidence to be retried, he quickly nodded and said in agreement, there are still many doubtful points. We should indeed continue the trial. Lu Jin's face turned red with anger at Qin Yaoguang's words in court. He slammed the table angrily and said, is this woman stupid with a chip in her brain? Who has a crush on her? If I had known she would say such nonsense, would have confronted her in court even if Qin Jian found out. Gu Nianji smiled and pushed his arm. Dad, didn't I help you fight back? Don't worry, with me here, I won't let you suffer any more losses. Daughter. Lu Jin was so excited that he didn't know how to dote on her. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Gu Nianji. He wished he could give her everything. Lu Yuan couldn't bear to look at him anymore. He made a disdainful expression and said, Lu Jin, speak properly. Otherwise, don't talk about the case. Your rational mind has left home. Lu Jin waved his hand. Don't interrupt. Hurry up and cook. It's New Year's Eve today. You have to cook something delicious for us. Seeing that Lu Yuan's expression had darkened, Gu Nianji quickly tried to smooth things over. Uncle Lu, no matter what you cook, it's delicious. Dad, right? She warned Lu Jin with her eyes not to talk nonsense again. Lu Jin was fearless, but he was afraid that his daughter would be unhappy. He quickly changed the topic and nodded. Not bad, not bad. Boss Lu's cooking skills are really impeccable. At least you know what's good for you. Lu Yuan snorted and stood up to go to the kitchen to prepare the New Year's Eve feast. Gu Nianji rubbed the back of her neck and said to Lu Jin, Dad, I'm going to take a bath. I'm too tired today. Go ahead. I made another bottle of lavender essential oil for you. I added a special ingredient that I've researched. Not only can it help you sleep, but it can also relieve muscle soreness. Lu Jin smiled and pointed in the direction of the bathroom. Gu Nianji hugged him happily. Thank you, Dad. Then she happily ran to the bathroom to take a bath with the lavender essential oil that Lu Jin had personally developed for her. She soaked for a full half an hour before getting up. Then she began her maintenance routine. When she was finally done, she changed into loose home clothes and went to the living room. More than an hour had passed. When Lu Jin saw her come out, he quickly raised his voice and said, Nianji, the food is ready. Come over for dinner. Gu Nianji happened to be hungry. The bottle of milk she had just drunk had been completely digested by the time she took a bath. She walked to the dining room and saw that Lu Yuan had indeed made a feast. The table was filled with exquisite white orchid porcelain utensils. In the middle was a purple clay stew pot. When the lid was lifted, the delicious smell wafted out. Lu Jin pointed happily at the stew pot and said, This is Buddha jumps over the wall. It's Boss Lu's specialty. But in all these years, he's only made it once. Today is the second time. Thanks to my daughter, I can eat it again. This is Buddha jumps over the wall. Gu Nianji leaned over in surprise to take a closer look. In the round and fat purple clay stew pot that looked like a small wine jar, there was a purple sea cucumber on the top, 2 round abalones next to it, jade-colored flour glue, fins that looked like fine white vermicelli, soft scallops, and red prawns. She used a spoon to peel away the top layer, revealing the deer tendons, duck gizzards, pigeon eggs, turtle skirts, and razor clams. It was obvious that the stew was ready. Moving further down, one could see the base of ham, pork ribs, pork tripe, tendons, ground chicken, ground duck, as well as mushrooms, winter bamboo shoots, and abalone mushrooms as a soup base. The fragrance was just right to arouse one's appetite, and Gu Nianji couldn't help but feel hungry. From the Buddha jumps over the wall pot, it could be seen that Lu Jin and Lu Yuan had been preparing for this New Year's Eve feast for a long time, because this thing couldn't be made in an hour. Gu Nianji was very touched and sat down. She called out to Lu Yuan and Lu Jin, "Uncle Lu, Dad, sit down quickly. Let's have a New Year's Eve feast together." On the dining table, the Buddha jumps over the wall pot was surrounded by all kinds of dishes made by Lu Yuan. A plate of fried golden and juicy beef meatballs was placed on Gu Nianji's left hand. On her right hand was a plate of steamed base with finely sliced green onions on it. After the beef meatballs was a plate of braised chicken drizzled with lemon juice. It was fragrant but not greasy, crispy but not dry. Next to the braised chicken was a plate of steaming lychee meat. It was even more delicious against the snow-white porcelain. Next to the steamed base was a bowl of shark sauce. Although the shape didn't look very good, Gu Nianji finished the small bowl of shark sauce that Lu Jin had served her in one go after tasting it. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Eat slowly. There's also peanuts and mashed taro for dessert." Gu Nianji could only give him a thumbs up to express her appreciation because her hands were busy eating. Gu Nianji felt like she was about to explode from eating this feast, but she still couldn't stop eating. The atmosphere in the restaurant was joyous and harmonious. Lu Yuan was a little dazed, as if this was the first time he had experienced the joy of family after so many years. Lu Jin turned on the TV and saw that the TV was showing the preview of the New Year's party. He said with interest, "Nianji, today is your first New Year's Eve here. How do you want to spend it?" "How?" Gu Nianji shrugged and continued to eat. "I've never thought about it. Actually, I just want to eat my fill and sleep at home." Gu Nianji had just fought a tough battle with Qin Yaoguang and Wen Shi in court today. Gu Nianji was tired to the bones. "The only way to solve my worries is to eat and sleep." Gu Nianji smiled as she scooped a bowl of mashed peanut taro with a spoon and began to eat dessert. As for New Year's Eve, without Major General Hua, could it still be called New Year's Eve? It didn't exist. As they spoke, the TV was broadcasting the customs of New Year's Eve in various countries. The countdown to New Year's Eve in New York Times Square was highlighted. The number of people attending New Year's Eve in New York Times Square is expected to exceed 2 million, double that of previous years. Because the President of the United States will also attend the countdown to New Year's Eve in New York Times Square, and friends from all over the world will be invited to watch. Lu Jin saw that her mood had suddenly dropped and didn't know what he had said wrong. He quickly had an idea to remedy the situation. He pointed at the TV and said, "Why don't we go to New York to see the Big Apple?" Every year in New York Times Square, everyone counts down to see the Big Apple fall in the last 10 seconds of New Year's Eve. How interesting! The time difference between China and the United States was exactly 12 hours. If they walked quickly, they would still be in time to see the countdown to New Year's Eve in New York. Gu Nianji tried her best to smile and shook her head. "No need. I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to spend New Year's Eve at home with Dad and CEO Lu. Is that okay?" "Yes. Yes. Of course." Lu Jin didn't expect Gu Nianji to say that. His heart warmed and he rubbed his hands together happily. He quickly said, "You look tired. Have a good sleep after dinner." I'll call you over to snatch the red packet when the countdown starts. Gu Nianji nodded, but when she saw the food on the table, she rolled her eyes and said, CEO Lu, you're so good at cooking. Did you learn from your family, or did you learn from a famous teacher? Who was Lu Yuan? Not to mention a young girl like Gu Nianji, even a cunning old man wouldn't be able to get information out of him. Therefore, when Gu Nianji said it, Lu Yuan said calmly, I'm self-taught. The smile on Gu Nianji's face involuntarily widened. Really? Did you come up with the San Xian fried rice yourself? Of course. It's such a simple fried rice. I just needed to scratch it a few times. Lu Yuan smiled calmly and said, all right, go and rest for a while. Your eyelids are drooping. Gu Nianji rubbed her eyes. She felt sleepy after eating and drinking. She yawned and dragged her tired body back to her room to sleep. Perhaps it was because she had been too nervous and tired recently. Once she went back to her room and lay down, she couldn't be woken up no matter what. When the countdown to midnight came, Lu Jin went to her bedroom and called her for a long time, but she was still in a deep sleep. Lu Jin couldn't bear to wake her up with too much force, so he just let it go. He considerately turned off the lights and gently closed the door, letting Gu Nianji sleep. In the end, Gu Nianji didn't wake up until almost 1 in the afternoon the next day. She rushed out of the bedroom and said tearlessly, Dad. You told me to count down to snatch the red packet with you. It had been half a day since the new year, and she had missed out on 100 million yuan. Lu Jin quickly coaxed her. Nianji, you were too sleepy yesterday. I wanted to wake you up, but then I thought it was more important to sleep. Look at you, you look much better. Humph. I don't accept explanations. Gu Nianji hugged her panda pillow and sat down cross-legged on the sofa. She huffed and puffed. I don't care. I don't care. I want to count down. I want to snatch the red packet. Give me back my New Year's countdown red packet. Ha! Do I really have to count down? Lu Jin scratched his head. I didn't invent a time machine. How could he count down for her again? Did he have to wait until next year? Suddenly, Lu Jin had an idea. He turned on the curved wall-mounted TV in the living room and said with a smile, okay. I'll give you back your New Year's countdown. It was almost 1 in the afternoon. The New Year's Eve party in New York's Times Square was being broadcasted live on the TV. Because of the time difference, it was just over 10 minutes to midnight in the United States, which was the countdown to the new year. Lu Jin beamed and pointed at the TV. Look. I'll give you back your countdown. As for the red packet, come on, my own big red packet. Gu Nianji, she was actually speechless. With one hand supporting her head and the other hugging the panda pillow, Gu Nianji could only watch the grand New Year's Eve party in New York on the TV to relieve her boredom. The temperature in New York's Times Square on New Year's Eve could be as low as -20 degrees Celsius. However, such a low temperature could not extinguish everyone's enthusiasm for the New Year's Eve countdown to see the Big Apple fall. On the TV, the host, who was wearing a fashionable down jacket, said excitedly, Mr. President is out. Mr. President will be counting down with everyone today. Share the joy with the people. He then introduced, today, the international friends who are attending the New Year's countdown with the president include Yeltsin, the head of the Moscow Municipal Committee of the Soviet Union, and Gorbachev, the chairman of the Standing Committee of Soviet Youth Affairs. There are also diplomats from Germany, France, and the United Kingdom. The camera on the TV turned and focused on these diplomats. These people were all tightly dressed, wrapped in all kinds of fur coats, down jackets, scarves, and hats. Only their protruding bellies and thick waists could be seen. Among this group of ugly people, Gu Nianji immediately saw the ace of the Far East, Peter, who was also the deputy chief counsel, was Xiaoheng. He was standing in the shadows next to Yeltsin and Gorbachev. Even if he wasn't standing in front of the camera, no one could ignore him. He was wearing a well-fitting Soviet military coat and boots. He was 1.9 meters tall and very tall and eye-catching. He wore a flipped leather military cap that was pressed low to his eyebrows. Just by standing there, he was a peerless painting. The bright lights in Times Square seemed to be a halo for his appearance. Gu Nianji enjoyed the beautiful scenery, but she was thinking about Major General Huo over there. She didn't know who he was spending New Year's Eve with. As she thought about it, she became depressed and didn't want to watch the countdown anymore. She picked up the remote control and was about to change the channel when she suddenly saw that there was another person next to the Ace of the Far East. This person was in the darker shadows, but when he was talking to the Ace of the Far East, he happened to look up at the camera. It was almost 0.1 seconds, but Gu Nianji was struck by lightning. She didn't feel good. Before her brain could react, her fingers had already subconsciously pressed the pause button. The person's appearance was frozen on the big TV screen. It was a man in his 30s. He wasn't tall, nor was he very muscular. His eyes were always narrowed, as if he hadn't woken up yet. Gu Nianji stared at the person's extremely familiar features. In her chaotic mind, it was as if a beam of light had suddenly pierced through the fog and darkness, pointing her in the right direction. The person with drooping eyebrows and always looking like he hadn't woken up yet looked exactly the same as Peter, the leader of the KGB's operations team in the other world. This Peter should be the counterpart of the Peter in the other world, right? But if this person with drooping eyebrows was the real Peter, then who was the Ace of the Far East, Peter, standing next to him? In an instant, everything that had happened since she had met the Ace of the Far East, Peter, replayed in front of her eyes. Suddenly, his every word and action had been given a new meaning. Gu Nianji's heart pounded wildly. Could it be what she thought? Her body was cold and hot. It was as if she had done a 10-kilometer cross-country training under the hot sun in the dog days, or as if she had fallen into an ice cave in the extreme north in the dead of winter. She covered her mouth with her hand. She wanted to cry, but she also wanted to laugh. Tears streamed down her face, but the smile on her lips was as beautiful as a peony. She vaguely wondered if the real answer was already on the verge of being revealed. Had he come to her side without her knowing and used his own way to silently accompany her? Lu Jin turned his head and saw Gu Nianji like this. He couldn't help being frightened and quickly said, "Nianji, what's wrong with you? Don't scare Dad. Dad didn't wake you up last night. It was Dad's fault. Dad knows he was wrong. You. No. No. I'm not unhappy." Gu Nianji threw away the little panda pillow in her arms and got up from the sofa. She threw herself into Lu Jin's arms and hugged him while crying and laughing. "Dad. I'm so happy. This is the best New Year's gift. Thank you. Thank you." This was today's second and third chapter, chapter 16-18, the best New Year's gift. A reminder to everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. This chapter was 5,000 words, including the monthly votes of 2,000. Good night, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1630. Lu Jin was confused. He quickly touched Gu Nianji's forehead with his hand and said in confusion, "You don't have a fever. What New Year's gift? I haven't given it to you yet." Seeing Lu Jin's concerned and puzzled expression, Gu Nianji almost revealed her guess. However, when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she remembered the importance of this matter. She remembered He Qingjian's attitude towards Hua Xiaoheng that he would rather kill the wrong person than let him go, so she swallowed all her excitement and joy. However, her emotions were fluctuating like a level 12 storm. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand while laughing and crying at the same time. She choked and said, "This is the best New Year gift." She picked up the remote control and pressed the play button. On the television, the last 10 seconds of the countdown had already begun in New York's Times Square. The faceted prismatic sphere, commonly known as the Big Apple, was 12 feet in diameter and weighed more than 10,000 pounds. The surface of the sphere was covered with 2,688 small crystal triangles, and there were 672 LED light-emitting devices inside. When the LEDs were lit up, the entire sphere could display more than 16 million different colors and light combinations. On a cold winter night, the shining Big Apple was like the golden apple held in the hands of the three goddesses of beauty in Greek mythology. It symbolized both wisdom and power, and it had an indiscriminate appeal to everyone. The 2 million people in the square waved their glow sticks and counted down loudly, 10, 9, 8, 7. As everyone counted down, the Big Apple-like fluorescent sphere slowly descended with the music that resounded through the sky. Thousands of colorful rays of light shot out from the sphere, decorating the night sky of Times Square like a fairyland. Right at this moment, the ball that was like a big apple had just descended halfway when it suddenly let out an earth-shattering bang, and then the entire ball split open from the middle. A tear gas was quickly released from the sphere, and the entire Times Square was instantly shrouded in smoke. Not only were the 2 million people in Times Square dumbfounded, but all the television viewers around the world who were watching the Big Apple fall were also dumbfounded. What was going on? Was there a new stunt for the fall of the Big Apple this year? Those who had such thoughts didn't even last a second before they realized that they were overthinking. On the live TV, the huge crowd began to run in panic. Many of the aerial shots taken by drones were blocked by the gas released from the Big Apple. The TV was foggy, and the scene of the scene could not be seen. All he could hear was the host talking to the director in gibberish, not knowing what emergency measures to take. Then, a crackling sound came from the television, like firecrackers suddenly exploding in front of the camera. However, firecrackers were banned in New York's Times Square at this time. How could someone set off firecrackers at this time? Gu Nianji was only stunned for a moment before the image on the television became clear. The host was saying to the camera in horror, "My God. God. Somebody wants to kill the president. Oh my God. Someone is trying to assassinate the president." Soon, members of the FBI's Special Task Force, SWAT, and the president's Special Protection Team rushed into the crowd with loaded guns and rushed toward their blonde president. New York's Times Square was called a square, but it was actually a very small square. It couldn't accommodate 2 million people at all. It had sealed off several streets around it to barely accommodate so many people. The annual security checks were extremely strict, but they didn't expect such a loophole to occur. The chaos at the scene with so many people was even more terrifying. There were people running and crying everywhere. Many people fell to the ground and were seriously injured from being trampled on. However, these ordinary people couldn't compete with the members of the Special Task Force who were armed. Soon, they opened up a path in the crowd and escorted the president into the emergency building on the side of Times Square. At this time, the members of the Special Task Force used their bodies to form a meat shield to protect the president's personal safety. The sporadic gunshots in Times Square were soon suppressed by the members of the FBI's Special Task Force. Police cars drove in one by one, and countless police lights flashed in Times Square, covering the starlight of the Big Apple. 10 minutes later, the chaotic situation was finally under control. The panicked crowd also calmed down under the comfort of the police. After the danger, everyone looked at each other and felt like they had survived a disaster. The last second of the countdown had passed. The new year had arrived, and we were all still alive. It was great. Everyone couldn't help hugging and kissing the people around them to commemorate this unforgettable countdown to the new year. Gu Nianji's heart was so flustered that it was about to jump out of her throat. She knew that the TV was talking about someone trying to assassinate the President of the United States, and it had nothing to do with the Soviets. However, she still couldn't help but worry about the ace of the Far East, who was likely to be her Major General Hua. Lu Jin hadn't expected such a situation to happen in a simple countdown, so he quickly called Lu Yuan over to watch it together. Lu Yuan stared at the TV for a while, then suddenly pointed to a small spot in the lower right corner of the TV and said, "Someone is trying to fish in troubled waters. The target isn't the President of the United States at all. I think they've already succeeded." Gu Nianji's pretty face was pale, and her voice was so hoarse that she couldn't speak. The target isn't the President of the United States. Then who is the target? Who did it? Lu Yuan pointed to the spot and said, "The camera should turn around soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the TV reporter in charge of the live broadcast from New York walked over with a camera and said in surprise, "Here. Someone has fallen here." The host quickly ran over and said to the camera, "In this chaos, our president is lucky to be safe and sound, but the visiting VIPs aren't so lucky." Yeltsin, the head of the Moscow Municipal Committee of the Soviet Union, and Gorbachev, the chairman of the Soviet Youth Affairs Standing Committee, have been confirmed to have been hit by a stray bullet and have been sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. Behind her, a few people in white chemical suits carried 2 stretchers into the ambulance. Gu Nianji's eyes were sharp and she saw Hua Xiaoheng sitting in the ambulance. His expression was stern and his gaze was stern. His Soviet military uniform coat was covered in dust, and one of his arms was covered in blood. He covered his arm with one hand and was talking to the doctor across from him. Gu Nianji stared at the TV for a while and realized that the real Peter she had seen before had disappeared. What was going on? Gu Nianji felt like she wanted some peace and quiet. She took a step back with her phone in her hand and said weakly, "Dad, Uncle Lu, I'm not feeling well. I need to go back and lie down for a while. Do you want to have some breakfast before going to bed?" Lu Jin saw that her expression was very ugly and thought that she had been frightened by the scene just now. He said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, Nianji rejected my suggestion. Otherwise, we would be the ones panicking right now." Lu Yuan frowned and said, "You still want to go to Times Square to watch the countdown?" "I'm doing this for Nianji's sake." Lu Jin rubbed his head awkwardly. "This is Nianji's first year here for the new year. I want to give her an unforgettable experience. If you had gone to New York with Nianji yesterday, then you would have really given her an unforgettable experience." Lu Yuan sat down on the sofa and began to read the follow-up report of the entire incident. Gu Nianji returned to her bedroom and locked the door with a bang. She couldn't sleep at all. Her mind was in a mess as she paced around the room. 2 Peters and 2 Hua Xiaoheng were spinning around in her mind like windmills. They were so fast that she couldn't catch them at all. She had thought that there was no Peter in this world because Hua Xiaoheng had occupied Peter's position. Even his Russian name was exactly the same as Peter's. In the end, the glimpse she had just seen had completely overturned her understanding. It turned out that there was a counterpart in this world, Peter. And he seemed to know this ace of the Far East, Peter. What did this mean? Gu Nianji's palms began to sweat as she held her phone. She was sure that the identity of the ace of the Far East, Hua Xiaoheng, as Peter, was definitely fake, but was he Major General Hua from the other world, as she had thought? She remembered the differences between this ace of the Far East, Peter, and Major General Hua from the other world. For example, their voices were different. Major General Hua's voice was as deep as a bell, while the voice of the ace of the Far East, Hua Xiaoheng, was a clear baritone. Also, this ace of the Far East, Hua Xiaoheng's appearance was even more exquisite and handsome, as if he had been carefully groomed. Gu Nianji still remembered the first time she had seen this ace of the Far East, Hua Xiaoheng. She had paid special attention to his hands. They were flawless, and there weren't even any calluses on the fingertips of people who used guns all year round. That's right. This was actually a flaw. Even if this person was really the ace of the Far East, Peter, he was still someone who used guns all year round. How could his fingertips be so flawless that there weren't even calluses? Therefore, he had to have completely groomed himself from head to toe. As for the voice, it was even easier to explain. This kind of big shot in the intelligence world could disguise himself as someone else at any time. Even relatives and friends who had been friends for many years would not recognize him when they met. Gu Nianji looked up abruptly and saw her eyes shining like stars in the mirror on the dressing table in the bedroom. Her expression was twisted with excitement. How could she have forgotten? What was Major General Hui's job? He had started as a small soldier and spent 10 years to become a big shot in the intelligence world. On this special front, none of the people who were able to fight their way out of the encirclement and sit in a high position had relied on luck or the help of others. Not only did they have to be courageous and knowledgeable, but they also had to be outstanding in terms of ability, intelligence, and self-control. This was because those who were not outstanding had already used their lives to survive. Hui Shaoheng was one of the most outstanding members. Gu Nianji clenched her right fist and punched her left hand heavily. A relieved smile appeared on her face. She threw herself onto the bed and happily rolled around twice with the blanket in her arms. She was so happy, so happy, so happy. She was so happy that words could not describe her happiness. Only the corners of her lips that could not be calmed and her eyes that were narrowed into slits could prove how happy she was. Just as she was immersed in the countless images of the reunion between the two of them, her cell phone rang at an inopportune time. Gu Nianji actually did not want to answer the phone. However, her phone continued to ring, so she reached out to take a look. It was He Zhichu. Gu Nianji sat up from the bed and lazily swiped open her phone to answer the call. Hello, young Master He. Happy New Year. He Zhichu, he was still in his friend's villa, and there was still a mess from last night's revelry. He had been waiting for Gu Nianji's call since 12:00 yesterday, but there was no call until now. He had no choice but to call her himself. You said yesterday that you would call me as soon as possible to wish me a happy new year, He Zhichu said lightly as his fingers shook the ash from his cigarette. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and smiled embarrassedly. I fell asleep last night and didn't have time to count down to snatch the red packet. I only woke up just now. By the way, if you don't believe me, I can turn on the video call for you. As she spoke, Gu Nianji turned on the video call. He Zhichu only saw the image of Gu Nianji just waking up on the phone screen. Her face was snow white, but her cheeks were rosy red. Her hair was messy behind her back, her home clothes were wrinkled, and the blanket on the bed was twisted. She did indeed look like she had just woken up. He Zhichu shook his head speechlessly. What's wrong? Are you still tired from yesterday's lawsuit? Gu Nianji nodded honestly. Yes, I was sleepy after coming back for dinner yesterday. I even said I would wake up at 12:00 to look at the countdown, but I slept until noon today. He Zhichu asked, have you had breakfast? Do you want me to bring you breakfast? No need, I'll go out to eat later. Gu Nianji smiled slyly. I still want to go back to sleep now. Bye-bye, young Master He. She waved at the phone camera and turned off the video. She lay back on the bed and raised her phone to search for the chaos that had happened in New York's Times Square during the countdown. He Zhichu hung up the phone and stood up from his seat. He saw Xia Qingying walking over with a plate in her hands. She smiled and said, young Master He, you didn't sleep all night and didn't eat much. You drank all the red wine. Here, have some lunch. She placed a freshly made Western meal in front of He Zhichu. On the plate, there was a small bowl of Caesar salad, a black pepper steak, a plate of mashed potatoes, and a glass of warm milk. This glass of warm milk reminded Hijichu of Gunyenji. He couldn't help but take a sip. After drinking, he didn't notice that a circle of white milk foam appeared above his lips. The cold and handsome man suddenly looked a little childish. This kind of contrast was very attractive. Xie Qingying took a tissue and gently wiped the white milk foam on the side of his upper lip. She said angrily, "Young Master He, how old are you? How can you drink milk like this?" Hijichu was caught off guard. Xie Qingying held his chin and carefully wiped away the milk foam on the side of his mouth. Xie Qingying's eyes flashed as she looked at Hijichu's motionless expression. She couldn't help kissing him. This was today's chapter, chapter 1619, you'll know when an expert makes a move. There was no more at night. He was working overtime today. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1631. Xie Qingying's movements were gentle and swift. She stood on her tiptoes and held Hijichu's cheek. She pecked him lightly on the lips. His lips were not as cold as he looked. Instead, they were warm and smooth like lychee jelly. Hijichu didn't turn his head. He continued to stand motionlessly in front of the dining table, an unfinished cigarette in one hand. He looked down at Xie Qingying. From this angle, he could see that Xie Qingying's pretty face was similar to Gunyenji's. His heart softened and he didn't push her away in time. After Xie Qingying was done with the kiss, she immediately let go of him and took a step back. She tapped her lips with her finger and said playfully, "A belated New Year's kiss. Consider it my New Year's gift to you. Happy New Year, Hijichu." Hijichu grunted indifferently and didn't say anything else. His expression was still calm and indifferent. He raised his hand and took a puff of his cigarette. He nodded casually and sat down to eat the food Xie Qingying brought him. "Please make me a cup of black coffee." Hijichu didn't even look up as he extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and picked up his knife and fork to begin cutting his steak. Okay, I'll be right there." Xie Qingying was anxious and a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Hijichu didn't say anything. It was just like a friendly kiss between friends. The only difference was that she didn't kiss his cheek, but his lips. Xie Qingying got up to make Hijichu black coffee. She walked through the messy living room, passed by her friend sleeping on the living room sofa, and arrived at the kitchen. In the living room, as soon as she left, one of Hiqingjin's personal secretaries, old Zhou, came to Hijichu and said with a smile, "Young Master He, did you have a good time yesterday?" Hijichu looked up at him and wiped his mouth with a tissue. "I'm fine." "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with my father?" Lao Zhou laughed and winked at Hijichu. He said, "General, he was worried about young Master He, so he asked me to come and take a look. In the end, I saw a glimpse of spring." Hijichu couldn't help but laugh. "Old Zhou, I didn't know you were so nosy. That's not gossip. I saw it with my own eyes." Old Zhou said emotionally, "Actually, Miss Xie is quite good. Other than Miss Gu, General, he only likes Miss Xie. I didn't expect young Master He to have the same taste as General He." Hijichu, he shrugged. "We're friends. You're thinking too much." Old Zhou smiled without saying a word. In the past, other than Gunyenji, young Master He had avoided other women. How could any woman be within a meter of him? Even when Shui, who had once replaced Gunyenji, had never had physical contact with him. In Lao Zhou's opinion, Xie Qingying was already a special case with Hijichu. Hijichu didn't comment, nor would he deliberately deny it. That would make it seem like there was no silver here. He took out a lighter, lit another cigarette, and asked, "What's the matter?" I'm not a 3-year-old kid who has to check on me when I don't return home at night. He Qingjian must have asked his personal secretary to look for him for something else. Old Zhou smiled and coughed softly. Something did happen. Young Master He, let's go back and talk. He Zhichu nodded. He stood up, picked up his coat, and put it on his arm. He followed old Zhou to the door. Just as he walked out of the living room, he happened to meet Xie Qingying, who had made coffee. Young Master He, where are you going? The coffee is ready. She walked over with a tray in her hand and a smile on her face. He Zhichu nodded and said coldly, something happened at home, so I'll go back first. I'll contact you later. The person walking beside him was He Qingjian's personal secretary, old Zhou. Xie Qingying also recognized him. He nodded at her with a smile and greeted her politely, Miss Xie. Okay, I'll contact you later. Xie Qingying said subconsciously and nodded at old Zhou. She watched as He Zhichu and his father's personal secretary, old Zhou, turned around and left. Her best friend sneaked over and said with a smile, Qingying, you're amazing. How is it? Did you take down young Master He? She grabbed at the air with her hand and made a take him down gesture. Xie Qingying was amused by her and said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? I was impulsive just now. Young Master He gave me face and didn't fall out with me in front of me. He Zhichu had been playing with his phone by the window in the living room all night last night. Who could get close to him? TSK. That's more than just giving you face. If it was someone else who kissed him, he would have already shot that daring person with a gun. It's probably you. Her best friend looked her up and down and pursed her lips into a smile. It's obvious that young Master He can't bear to part with her, F***CKU. Xie Qingying pushed her and turned around to pick up her handbag. She said goodbye to the host and left with her best friend. She drove her car on the empty highway. Her face was a little hot, and her heart was also a little anxious. Her best friend was sitting in the front passenger seat. Seeing how uneasy she looked, she snorted and said, useless. Young Master He is already single again. He has no engagement, no girlfriend, and no wife. Wife, you've liked him for so many years. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up. Xie Qingying felt a little dry. She licked her lips and said shyly. How did you know? Know what? You have a crush on him. Her best friend made a, I can't stand it, expression. Sister, I've been your best friend for 20 years since you were young. Others can't tell, but I can tell. Is it that obvious? Xie Qingying was nervous. I don't want to end up not even being friends. No, it's not very obvious. Her best friend smiled and comforted her. I told you, only I can tell. How can others tell? Besides, although you have a crush on him, you haven't done a single thing. You haven't even said a word to him. But he doesn't seem to have a good impression of me. Xie Qingying sighed and pounded the steering wheel with her hand. I was blinded by greed today. No wonder the ancients said that lust is beyond the heavens. Good impressions can be cultivated. Her best friend pointed at her and laughed strangely. There are many kinds of feelings. If you can't make him fall in love at first sight, then let him fall in love after a long time. She said the word fall in love very loudly. Xie Qingying, she blushed and her eyes flickered. She didn't reply. Her best friend sneakily poked her arm and said meaningfully, really, falling in love after a long time is more worth it than anything else. Even if we don't fall in love in the end, we'll still be able to enjoy it, right? She then reminded her, let me tell you, young Master He is an elite stock among the premium stocks. Let's not talk about his family background. He's so handsome, and he's especially sexually attractive to women. You can shut up. Xie Qingying finally couldn't take it anymore. She rolled her eyes at her best friend. If you miss him so much, do it yourself. Why are you encouraging me? TSK, do you think I don't want to? But I don't like him. Her best friend shrugged and said mischievously, he's too tall for me. He's a real flower on a high mountain. I'll just watch from afar. But I support you to play with him. Get lost. If you say another word, I'll throw you out of the car. Xie Qingying couldn't take it anymore. Her face turned red. Even if we're close, we'll still fall out. Seeing that Xie Qingying was anxious, her best friend covered her mouth with her hand and said with a smile, all right, I was just saying it casually. I was just joking. Don't throw me out of the car. We're on the highway, and today is New Year's Day. I don't want to make big news in the new year. Xie Qingying snorted. It's good that you know. Don't say such things in the future. If you say another word, we really won't be friends anymore. Her best friend became serious and said, are you serious? Xie Qingying gripped the steering wheel tightly, and the veins on the back of her hand popped out. She said distractedly, I haven't thought about it yet. Let me think about it again. Yes, you have to think about it. Her best friend sighed. Although I came up with a lot of bad ideas just now, I still have to warn you. They say that it's easy for a woman to pursue a man, but in fact, men are more ruthless than women. If they don't love you, they don't love you. Even if they sleep with you, they just treat you as a sex toy. When you meet a woman who truly loves you in the future, you'll become cannon fodder. Xie Qingying's heart sank, and she said stubbornly, young master, he isn't that kind of person. If he doesn't love you, he won't sleep with you. Yes, I hope so. Her best friend shrugged and wisely stopped talking. She changed the topic and talked to Xie Qingying about this year's fashion show. He Zhichu followed He Qingjian's personal secretary, old Zhou, back to the He family's home. He first went to his room to take a shower to wash away the dust and fatigue from the night. Old Zhou went to He Qingjian's study to report the situation. He said with a smile, General He, young master, he is back. Yes, where is he? He Qingjian was wearing a pair of presbyopic glasses as he focused on reading the internal reference. Did he have a good time last night? He should be fine. Old Zhou smiled mysteriously. I happened to see a big piece of news when I went there today. What big news? He Qingjian raised his head and looked at old Zhou from above his presbyopic glasses. He said in amusement, Old Zhou, you're also keeping me in suspense. Ha 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 ha. It's not that I want to keep you in suspense. Old Zhou said as he looked left and right. He leaned close to He Qingjian's ear and gossiped, I went to that house to look for young Master He today and happened to see young Master He kissing Prime Minister Xia Beichen's niece, Xie Qingying. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1620, Shower of Spring Sunshine. Remind everyone of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. There was a second update at 8:00 in the evening. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1632. Really? He Qingjian's eyes lit up, and he perked up. Tell me. Tell me. Are they really kissing? How can it be fake? I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, you can ask young Master He. Old Zhou knew what General He was thinking. His only son's marriage had always been a thorn in General He's side. If He Zhichu could really find a new lover, Old Zhou would sincerely wish them well. But if you really ask, young master, he will definitely know that I was the snitch, Old Zhou said embarrassedly. He Qingjian was amused by him and laughed out loud. His mood improved a lot. He pointed at him and said, "You. Aren't you the snitch?" Seeing how happy He Qingjian was, old Zhou was even more certain that he had done the right thing. After He Zhichu finished showering, he changed his clothes and went to He Qingjian's study. He saw old Zhou coming out with a smile on his face. He looked like he was in a good mood. He couldn't help glancing at him and didn't say anything. He pushed the door open and went in. He closed the door behind him, walked around the screen, and walked to the small cubicle where He Qingjian was working. He sat down leisurely in front of his desk and asked calmly, "What happened?" He Qingjian took off his reading glasses and said with a smile, "Something big happened." "How can you still laugh? Even if it's a big deal, it shouldn't be a big deal for our country," He Zhichu said calmly. "Otherwise, you would be frowning." He Qingjian laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. "You child, you're really sharp when you're sharp. Yes, something big happened, but it's not a big deal for our country." He took out a secret internal reference and placed it in front of He Zhichu. He said with a serious expression, "Our people just received news from New York. The head of the Moscow Municipal Committee of the Soviet Union's capital, Yeltsin, and the chairman of the Soviet Youth Affairs Standing Committee, Gorbachev, were assassinated in New York's Times Square during the New Year's countdown." He Zhichu was stunned. He hadn't slept all night and had drunk too much red wine. He hadn't fully recovered yet. After hearing He Qingjian's words, he picked up the internal reference after a while. This internal reference was written in great detail. There were local news reports, internal intelligence that they had obtained, and an analysis of the intelligence that was compared between the two. He Zhichu frowned after reading it and said, "The news said that he was hit by a stray bullet. Judging from the situation at that time, it was also aimed at the President of the United States." He Qingjian nodded and said seriously, "That's the strange part. From the news reports and the live video, it did seem like someone was trying to assassinate the US president. These two officials from the Soviet Union were just unlucky to be caught in the crossfire." However, we have a very secretive intelligence agent who obtained top-secret information from an insider of the CIA. He said that the two of them were actually assassinated, and the chaos last night was directed at the two of them. As for the President of the United States, it was just a cover at that time. As He Qingjian spoke, he took out an even more confidential document bag and placed it in front of He Zhichu. "And this. Look, the ace of the Far East also appeared in New York's Times Square that night. He appeared in New York as a diplomat, but we knew who he really was. He went to New York to protect these two officials, but he was also injured. It shows how powerful the person who wants to assassinate them is." He Zhichu remained silent. He opened the document bag and took out the top-secret document inside to look at it again. There were only a few photos in this top-secret document. They were all taken after the ambulance arrived in New York's Times Square. The KGB's ace of the Far East, Peter Huishauheng, sat in the ambulance with a cold face. He covered his arm with one hand, and his hand was covered in blood. Who was the person who injured him? He Zhichu was puzzled. Could it be the CIA? Why did they assassinate these two Soviet officials? He Zhichu looked at the names of the two officials again and suddenly blinked. A thought flashed through his mind. However, he quickly shook his head and felt that it shouldn't be like this. Did the Soviet Union get the news? How did Putin, the leader of the Soviet Union, react? He Zhichu asked. He Qingjian clasped his hands and placed them on the desk. His gaze was solemn. Putin should have received the news by now. We still don't know how he will react. The relationship between the United States and the Soviet Union is now in jeopardy. Not long after, the phone on He Qingjian's desk rang. He picked up the phone and listened for a while. The expression on his face became even more serious. After putting down the phone, He Qingjian said, "The Soviet Union already knows. They seem to have also received information from the CIA. They insist that their two national officials were assassinated by the CIA in New York. They want the United States to hand over the murderer, or they will close the U.S. Embassy in the Soviet Union and expel their diplomats." The relationship between the United States and the Soviet Union had been bad before, which directly led to a period of Cold War. However, after Putin came to power, the relationship between the two countries improved, and they had normal diplomatic exchanges. However, this time, a national official of the Soviet Union had died in New York, and it wasn't an ordinary murder. According to the Soviet Union, it was a political murder in the United States. The relationship between the two countries was about to fall into dire straits again. He Jichu's fingers tapped lightly on the desk. After a while, he said, "Let's wait and see about this for the time being. Don't get involved in either side. Let our people in the United States stand by and don't ask for any more information. If they were too active during the storm, they would be shot at." It was just like hype marketing. Appropriate hype marketing could increase one's net worth, but if it went too far, it would backfire. He Qingjian nodded. "That's what I think too. You'll have to take over these things in the future. This time, you can give them the order." He Jichu responded and stood up. "I'll go prepare now." He Qingjian waved at him and said with a smile, "There's no rush. They haven't received the order yet, so they won't act rashly. Come, tell me about your New Year's party yesterday. How was it? Is there anything you want to tell me?" He Jichu understood that old Zhou, the loudmouth, was talking nonsense again. "Dad, what do you want to ask? Don't beat around the bush." He Jichu felt that he couldn't look at him. "There's nothing between me and Xie Qingying. It's just a friendly gesture between friends." "Is that so?" He Qingjian lowered his head in embarrassment. He was also a little disappointed. "I thought you were close to something good." He Jichu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Dad, even if there's something between Xie Qingying and me, it's still very far from close to something good. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I'll find someone to marry. Just wait to hold your grandchildren." He Qingjian raised his head in surprise and shouted, "Don't lie to me. I'll take it seriously." "Okay," He Jichu said briefly. "I will. You can focus on work now. I haven't been home for the past few years, and your health hasn't been good. I see that a lot of people have entered these departments, but I'm not familiar with them." He Qingjian quickly nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'm not at the point where I can't move yet. I'll get to the bottom of these people and hand this matter over to you." He Jichu's expression relaxed slightly. "Then I'll go out first." The new year had arrived, so he should focus all his energy on work. Gu Nianji hadn't left her house for the past 2 days. She stayed at home to track the progress of the investigation into the shooting and assassination that had happened in New York's Times Square during the countdown to New Year's Eve. The domestic television stations also sent a news team to New York to follow up on it every day. Soon, the whole country knew that 2 Soviet officials who had come to attend the New Year's Eve shooting and assassination in the United States had died. The leader of the Soviet Union, Putin, was furious. He claimed that the CIA had assassinated them and demanded that the United States hand over the murderer. Otherwise, the U.S. Embassy in the Soviet Union would be closed and the American diplomats would be expelled. Gu Nianji looked at the names of the 2 dead officials, Yeltsin and Gorbachev. She felt an indescribable strangeness in her heart. However, she didn't say anything. She silently collected the information and stored it on her computer. She didn't call the ace of the Far East because she didn't know what his current situation was like. When he was on a mission, no one could disturb him for personal matters. Gu Nianji knew this very well. Although she wanted to confirm if this person was her Major General Hua, she still tried her best to control her emotions. If that person was really her Major General Hua, he had risked his life to come here and couldn't even acknowledge her in front of her. It was obvious how dangerous his situation was. How could she put him in danger for her own momentary pleasure? Gu Nianji also knew that if this person was really Major General Hua from the other side, he chose not to tell her the truth because he didn't think she could keep it a secret. It wasn't that he didn't trust her, but that she couldn't control her emotions. In the eyes of someone with ulterior motives, they would naturally make the connection and discover the fake Peter's true identity. Their job was like walking on a thin steel cable hanging from a cliff. The slightest carelessness would result in their bodies being crushed. Gu Nianji would rather die than let Hua Xiaoheng be in any danger, especially not because of her. If Hua Xiaoheng was really exposed and died because of her, Gu Nianji felt that she would definitely go crazy. So before he came back, she had to mentally prepare herself. Who wasn't a drama queen? Gu Nianji curled her lips into a smile. She wouldn't show it in front of others, but what about behind their backs? Mr. Peter Hua, just you wait. I'll see how long you can hold it in. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1621, let's see how long you can hold it in. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1633. The Ace of the Far East, who was far away in New York, was in the middle of serious negotiations with the U.S. government. A small piece of flesh had also been grazed off his left arm by a stray bullet. Although it wasn't particularly serious, he knew that he had been in a very dangerous situation this time when he thought about how the bullet had penetrated the thick Soviet-style military coat. His left hand was wrapped in a snow-white bandage and hung around his neck. Wearing a Soviet-style military coat, he stood in front of the morning hall set up by the Soviet Consulate General in New York and said sternly to the visiting U.S. Foreign Ministry officials, "You must hand over the murderer and the bodies of our two chiefs. They are Soviets and loyal soldiers of our party and country. They should be buried in our Revolutionary Martyrs Cemetery in Moscow." The U.S. diplomat smiled awkwardly and politely and said, "Mr. Peter, there's something fishy about this. Please believe us, we have no reason to assassinate them." "Why should we believe you?" The coldness on the Ace of the Far East's face could almost freeze people to death. His eyes were sharp and unruly, full of mockery and disdain. "With your fickle Twitter president? Or with the CIA's notorious reputation in the world? Mr. Peter, we understand your feelings, but please don't insult our president." The U.S. diplomat couldn't take it anymore. Didn't they want face? But what could they do when there was a president who tweeted every day and deleted his last tweet at the drop of a hat? They couldn't even refute Deputy Chief Counsel Peter's words. Because if they denied it, they believed that the other party could take out a screenshot and slap them in the face at any moment. The Ace of the Far East sneered and put his hands behind his back. "What's wrong? I just said one sentence and you can't take it anymore. Your president's reputation is more important than the lives of our chiefs, isn't it? But that's for you. And for us, the lives of our own people are much more important than the reputation of your president." The Ace of the Far East stretched out his uninjured right hand and said with a straight face, "If there's nothing else to say, please go back." Among the visiting U.S. Foreign Ministry officials, there was a diplomat who had once been a visiting professor at Harvard's Kennedy School of Politics. He was very old, and his hair was silver and shiny, but his face was rosy and natural, and he was hale and hearty. But now, his face was full of sorrow. He walked up to the Ace of the Far East and said very sincerely, "Mr. Peter, what we said is true. Mr. Yeltsin and Mr. Gorbachev were my best students, and they were determined to introduce the advanced American system to the Soviet Union. This time, we've met with them many times. It's all for Mr. Platini. Since they don't believe us, we don't have to waste our saliva. A middle-sized U.S. diplomat suddenly interrupted the former visiting professor of Harvard University. We should go. Mr. Platini, who was very old, stopped talking guiltily and said awkwardly. Actually, their passing is a greater loss to us than to you. What do you mean? They are state officials of the Soviet Union. How can you say that their deaths are a bigger loss to you? The ace of the Far East obviously caught the loophole in the former guest professor's words and asked without delay, what do you mean? Could it be that what they do for the US is more important than what they do for the Soviet Union? The meaning behind his words was deep. It was as if he was asking if these two Soviet Union officials had committed treason. Mr. Peter, don't talk nonsense. The middle-sized diplomat who had just stopped Professor Platini clearly understood the meaning behind the ace of the Far East's words. His face darkened and his brows furrowed. He tried his best to maintain his dignity and said, I understand how you feel. The death of Mr. Yeltsin and Mr. Gorbachev is definitely a major loss to you, and it is also a major loss to world peace. I don't understand what you're saying. The ace of the Far East stared at the middle-sized American diplomat aggressively. If he was not mistaken, this person's true identity should be an agent of the CIA. Because of his vigilance and habits, he gave him a very familiar feeling. It was the subconscious vigilance of a peer meeting a peer. Of course, the ace of the Far East's disguise was even stronger. He did not arouse any vigilance from his American colleague. He only treated him as a diplomat sent by the Soviet Union. According to the information obtained by the CIA, the grandmother of this ace of the Far East, Mr. Peter Huishauhing, was once a Soviet diplomat. The Soviet diplomatic system was a hereditary succession system, not a merit-based recruitment. Therefore, these Americans did not take the beautiful Deputy Chief Counsel Peter seriously at all. The American diplomat said calmly, because of their deaths, your top leader, Mr. Pushin, has threatened to expel our diplomats and is even willing to fight with us. That's why I said that their deaths are a great loss to world peace. The ace of the Far East sneered, raised his head, and said, hand over our chief's body and send us back to Moscow with a national gift in front of the world. I'll believe that this matter has nothing to do with your government. Otherwise, whether it's war or peace, it's up to me. The middle-sized American diplomat looked at the ace of the Far East with almost disdain. He thought to himself that this was really a good-for-nothing. What was the use of only asking for a national gift? Besides, was it necessary for them to keep the bodies of two Soviet officials? They were indeed of great value when they were alive, but now that they were dead, all their value had returned to zero. If they kept the bodies and angered Pushin, the Soviet leader, they might really launch a missile. A fighting nation was just that valiant. They were indifferent to life and death, and if they were unhappy, they would fight. The Americans weren't so rash. Therefore, he sighed and said, don't worry, I'll go back and negotiate with the people at the police station now. I'll be sure to return the bodies of your two chiefs as soon as possible. Also, I'll ask the president about sending them back with a national gift. The ace of the Far East snorted arrogantly and said, you don't need to send our chiefs back home with a national gift. I'll stay here and not leave. A look of disdain flashed across the eyes of the middle-sized American diplomat. However, Peter's next words defeated him completely. I still have to tweet every day and confront your president head-on. The American officials weren't afraid of anything now. They were only afraid that the president would argue with someone on Twitter. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't dare to argue with the President of the United States, but those who dared to argue with the President of the United States weren't ordinary people. Mr. Peter, please calm down. We'll arrange a national gift right away. At this time, the American diplomats no longer had any bargaining chips to negotiate with the Soviet diplomats. No matter what, the Americans had already lost two of their chiefs. What bargaining chips could they use to negotiate with the Soviets? Now, the whole world was blaming the Americans for their negligence, which had caused the deaths of 2 Soviet state-level officials in a foreign country. Under the insistence of the ace of the Far East, the U.S. government couldn't wait to chase them away. A few days later, they left New York and returned to Moscow. It was a snowy day. The special plane from the Soviet Union slowly landed at New York Airport. The honor guard and military band sent by the U.S. government played the Soviet national anthem in the heavy snow. The President of the United States personally brought his own officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to the airport and sent their group of people, including the coffins of the 2 chiefs, onto the plane. Only the Soviet plane could take off on time amidst the flying snowflakes. They flew across the ocean and finally returned to Moscow after more than 10 hours. Pushkin held a grand state funeral for the 2 dead officials here. The Huaxia Empire television station also broadcast the state funeral live. Gu Nianji saw the coffins of the 2 officials being buried under the flag of a sickle and an axe on the television. She felt an indescribable sense of absurdity. No matter how hard she watched on the television, she didn't see Deputy Chief Counsel Peter, who was said to have returned home with the plane. Not a single scene. Gu Nianji was a little impatient. In order to divert her attention, she stayed at home and flipped through the internal files of the Qin Corporation's private hospital that Lu Jin had downloaded for her. Unfortunately, less than 1/10 of it had been downloaded. There weren't many things. And from the looks of it, there was nothing really noteworthy. It had to be said that the Qin Corporation's private hospital had developed from a small private clinic to a large private hospital chain group that spread all over the world in the past few decades. Its internal management was very formal and rigorous. She didn't find any illegal activities. The only drawback seemed to be that it was too expensive. But expensive things varied from person to person. They opened a private hospital, not a charity. Of course, their purpose was to make profits. There was no forced buying or selling. It was just that Jiang Taigong was fishing, and those who were willing took the bait. So this really couldn't be said to be its drawback. It could only be said that its operators were very business-minded. Not only did they open a private hospital to treat patients and save people, but they also made huge profits from it. Actually, from this perspective, the Qin Corporation's private hospital and the general society had a win-win relationship. Gu Nianji concentrated on studying the information of the Qin Corporation's private hospital for more than 10 days, but found nothing. After dinner that night, Gu Nianji didn't want to look at the information anymore. She hugged her panda pillow and stayed in the living room to watch TV. Lu Jin saw that she didn't go to the study to study the information after dinner like she had done the previous 2 days. He sat beside her curiously and asked, "Why didn't you go to the study? Have you finished studying the information?" "There's still a little left, but from what I've seen, the Qin Corporation's private hospital is a very formal enterprise. Its management is also very high-end, its accounts are clear, and it abides by the law. I can't find any loopholes." Gu Nianji punched the panda pillow in her arms in frustration. Lu Jin smiled. "There's no hurry. This is only a 10th. Lu Yuan walked over with a plate of fruit and placed it on the coffee table in front of Gu Nianji. He smiled and said, "That's right. Such a large listed company has been in business for decades and is well known both at home and abroad. Even if there were loopholes, how could you find them in 2 days? If there were such loopholes, they would have been killed in the stock market a long time ago. The capital market was cruel. If one was the slightest bit careless, they would be killed in the stock market. Therefore, profit-making companies that had existed in the stock market for decades had very strict internal management. If they weren't strict, they would be taught a lesson by the capital, and the outcome would be as uncomfortable as having their flesh cut and bones broken." Gu Nianji heaved a sigh of relief and felt better. She quickly nodded. Thank you for your guidance, President Liu. If there's anything I don't understand about management in the future, can I ask President Liu for advice? I don't dare. If you have any questions, we can discuss it together, Liu Yuan said with a smile. He was very magnanimous and modest. Liu Jin pursed his lips. He was a little unwilling, but he said helplessly, Boss Liu, you can't hide anything. You have to answer Nianji honestly if she asks you anything. You can't play tricks on her, and you can't avoid the important and fool her. Liu Yuan stopped smiling and lowered his head to take a sip of the tea he had brewed. He said lightly, in your heart, am I such a person? Of course. You're a proper profiteer. Otherwise, how could our company make so much money? Liu Jin was elated and in a good mood again. He was indeed not good at corporate management. He had completely relied on Liu Yuan's management skills to run their small online security company so well that it had developed into a large listed company in just over a decade. Gu Nianji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She shook her head. Dad, are you praising President Liu or insulting him? How can you say that? Fortunately, you and President Liu have been friends for more than a decade. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, they would have immediately fallen out. Liu Yuan couldn't help laughing. He pointed at Gu Nianji. You're still speaking up for your father. If that's the case, wouldn't I be too embarrassed to fall out with him? How could that be? Gu Nianji smiled like a flower. President Liu is broad-minded. If he was really angry, he would have broken off ties with my father more than a decade ago. How could he still be a good friend and business partner? How many people could go through thick and thin together, but they couldn't go through thick and thin together? How many people believed in changing wives for the rich and changing friends for the rich? After so many years of ups and downs, the fact that they were still business partners and close friends had already proved their unbreakable friendship. Liu Jin nodded repeatedly. Boss Liu doesn't have any other benefits, but he does have a good temper. He doesn't get angry no matter what, and he doesn't fall out with anyone. Liu Yuan was so annoyed by the father and daughter that he had no choice but to point at them a few times with his finger. He smiled and said, You two have said all the good and bad things. I'm all alone, so I can't beat the two of you together. When Gu Nianji heard this, her heart skipped a beat. Her dark jade-like eyes darted around. She pretended to be calm and asked tentatively. Alone? No way. President Liu, you're so outstanding. I don't believe you don't have a confidant. Liu Yuan raised his head and laughed, revealing his snow-white teeth and the exquisite curve of his jaw. Although he was old, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes didn't look old. Instead, they had a different kind of charm. Confident. I'm already so old, how could there be any woman who wants me? Nianji, you think too highly of me. Uncle, you must be joking. You're in the prime of your life. I believe that as long as you want, the number of high-quality beauties who are willing to live with you can line up from the second ring to the third ring of the imperial capital. Only from the second ring to the third ring. Nianji, in your eyes, is Boss Liu only that charming? Liu Jin joined in the fun with a smile. He used a small fork to fork a piece of golden cantaloupe and handed it to Gu Nianji. He said, Open your mouth. Gu Nianji opened her mouth and bit the cantaloupe. The sweet, honey-like taste made her squint her eyes and eat contentedly. After eating, she wiped her mouth with a tissue and said with a smile, I'm talking about high-quality beauties. There aren't many of them to begin with, so all of them are only from the second ring to the third ring. As for ordinary beauties, who wants so many rotten suitors? Right, President Liu. Her last sentence was directed at Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan smiled calmly and didn't say anything. He allowed the father and daughter to tease him. After a while, he naturally changed the topic and said, "It's already the 12th lunar month, and it's going to be the new year in 10 days. Where do you want to go for the Lunar New Year this year? How about a trip abroad?" Lu Jin quickly said, "The Caribbean. We have an island over there where we can take a vacation." Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She wanted to agree, but she thought about what would happen if the unidentified ace of the Far East came looking for her if she went abroad. She hugged her panda pillow and smiled tenderly. "It's the new year, so don't go out. It's our first lunar year, so it's better to be more traditional." Lu Jin nodded repeatedly. Okay. Just be more traditional." He turned to look at Lu Yuan and said, "Boss Lu, stew another Buddha jumps over the wall for the new year?" Gu Nianji giggled. As she bent down, she heard her phone ring. She picked it up and saw that it was the number of the ace of the Far East. She gave him a note, "The King of the Drama Kings." This was today's main chapter, chapter 1622, The King of Dramatists. Not at night. He still had to work overtime today. All the big shots and little angels. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.